Habari ya asubuhi, habari ya jioni, habari popote ulipo. Leo hii niko hapa na nasubiri wenzetu ambao tutakuwa nao na mjadala, kwa ukijua kwamba leo ni Jumapili. Najua wengi wetu washaamka asubuhi wanaelekea kanisani. Sisi tunataka tukuomba wale ambao wanaenda kanisani wasisahau kutuombea sisi. Najua baada ya kumaliza kipindi sisi pia tutawafuata pale kanisani. Kwa ajili unajua leo ni Jumapili, na Jumapili sana sana katika kipindi ambacho tunakuwa nacho ni ile tu kuangazia yale habari zilipatiwa kipaumbele katika mlingo wa siasa, ama zile habari labda zilikuwa zimetokea na zilikuwa na uzito sana. Ndio hayo tunaangalia. Thank you so much everyone. As I said earlier, from where you're watching us, maybe it is morning, maybe it is evening, maybe it is night, but I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, those who are joining. I'm still waiting for my panelist. We are supposed to have Joseph here with us and Msimamo, so that we can have a conversation or a discussion or look at the recap of yesterday, where ODM was celebrating 20 years in Mombasa. But as they were celebrating 20 years, there were wrangles between the leaders. And it seems ever since the death of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, ODM is not speaking in one unison. And from the look of things also, there are two factions in ODM. There are those who are supporting broad-based government, and there are those who are not in support of broad-based government. So it feels, from the look of things, if you had an opportunity to watch everything that transpired yesterday, it was power, fighting for power. So, and the question is, how will ODM overcome this? And that is what we will be discussing as I wait for my panelists to come here. I'm waiting for Joseph and Msimamo. If you're there on the comment section, you can also share your view or what you think about ODM and the celebration, because ODM was celebrating 20 years in existence. Hey Judith, how are you doing? And hey brother Benson, I'm here. Judith, if you have strength, you can join the studio and share with us what you know about the celebration of ODM at 20 and everything that transpired. Okay, as I was saying, ODM was celebrating 20 years of its existence. At the same time, it was 1 month since Baba was buried. But what we saw, it was not a celebration. To me, I would say that it was about power. And everybody was trying to remain relevant, and everybody was trying to show mighty and who is who in ODM. To start with, I would start with especially the mining CS, that is Joho. And if you listen to Joe very well, Joe, what he was saying that there's a secret. It's a secret that is being plotted in ODM to outside him secretly. And this is like what everybody is saying, that each and every person is saying that there's a secret. There's a secret, and we don't know what secret is this that is happening between the ODM members. I can see Brenda Bedi also have joined us. Thank you so much for joining. And I can just read somewhere here that said that the mining and blue chip cabinet secretary Ali Hassan Joho has pushed back against internal pressure within ODM, insisting that he and others will not allow themselves to be sidelined from the party. Um, I tend to disagree with Joe here because remember, when he was donated as an expert, he resigned from the party. And I don't know now why he feels that there are people who, or some people, some forces who are working to get him out of the party, yet he resigned as uh, from the party and joined the government. And this is what, yeah, it says that he and others will not allow themselves to be sidelined from the party. Speaking during the 20-year celebration in Mombasa, Joho accused identified individual within ODM of attempting to edge out long loyal members. So it's about accusation. It means they are not, they don't trust in the leadership. They don't, especially those now in the ODM. From what we saw, they don't trust. Yeah, he warned those who are plotting to remove them would face on equal force response, emphasizing that they were not passive participants in the party. Joe recalled his deep-rooted association with ODM, noting that he committed himself to the movement when he began and his political journey at just 20 years old. In a fiery address delivered partly in Swahili, he warned that he and his allies would not be used as sacrifice or pushed aside without resistance. So that is what Joho said during the NDC um, in Mombasa. And that is just only one of the leaders that spoke that way. So when you go again, when you look at the comments that were made with other leaders, let's focus on Winnie Odinga. And the reason why I want us to focus on Winnie Odinga because um, is a message. There's something, a message that maybe Winnie is sending us or telling the people of ODM, and maybe they're not understanding. Remember, this is the second time, especially that Winnie is speaking in public or is addressing the public ever since the father was buried. The first address that he did was a day before yesterday, when he alleged that there are few individuals who are planning to sell the party, and that one really caused wide speculation, especially in the corridors of ODM, even in the political landscape. And when you go at the comments, there are those who people are suspecting to be are those who want to sell the party. He talked about how ODM was not formed in boardroom or in bedroom, Uh, so that was what she made the other day. And remember, the other day when she spoke, she did not mention anything to do with the broad-based government. Neither did he mention anything to do with the President William Ruto. But yesterday, especially when she was given a chance to speak, now he came and mentioned something about broad-based government. And he questioned the broad-based government. She questioned, I mean, the broad-based government, whereby she said the only person who understood the broad-based government was the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And he said that she requested, especially the new party leader, that is the Senator of Siaya, Oburu Odinga, if it can call NDC so that people could decide, because he believes that the current leadership um, do not understand the broad-based government. And you saw Oburu also talked about it, and Oburu promised that he has never betrayed and they will not betray Raila. And he said that this is something that is about home. She will go home and will speak to Winnie. So that one raised a lot of question. Winnie and Oburu were a bit contrary. Oburu said they would discuss some matters as family. Yes, yes, that one can be true because, like, first of all, you have to understand, especially these political parties, and that is something that I was speaking about yesterday. When you look our political parties, these political parties, they have owners. As much as we might say that um, they belong to the people. Sometimes I tend to disagree because if you look at UDA, the person who calls the shots is the president. When you look at Wiper, the person who called the shots is Kalonzo Musyoka. If you look at ODM, Raila used to call the shots. So it is more of a party and the same time is a family. So that one, Oburu, I would say that Oburu was right there. But remember, if it was that way and the way they were not speaking in one unison, that one create tension, and that's why I'm telling you, like, I don't know how ODM, whether they will wither this. So the celebration of ODM at 20 and the celebration of Baba turned out to be a war of words between leaders. And we saw that. We saw Winnie was speaking differently. We saw Osotsi, yeah. We saw Simbarati. We saw Joho. We saw the governor of Mombasa, yeah. And this one tells you that, as I said earlier, it tells that there's two factions in ODM, and I don't know who is going to win. There are those who are supporting President William Ruto, and maybe those who are not boarding in the broad-based government. So, but who is going to win at the end of the day, and how is this one going to affect the ODM? Let me see. I think Joseph is here. I was waiting for him. Uh, um, Hello, Mr. Joseph. How are you doing?
Good morning, my brother. Sorry, I came late for some minutes.
Oh, ulikuwa umeenda kanisa?
No, politics took a hold of me. I was looking at the campaigns for Embu. It's getting hot in Embu.
It's getting hot. Maybe what is happening in Embu, so that before we start to discuss what happened at the last day of ODM, when the leaders seems that the leaders were not speaking in unison, everybody was locking horns. What is happening in Embu?
Yeah, in Embu, it's getting hotter. It's getting thicker. You know, we are about to enter the last phase of the campaigns.
Yeah.
Today is the 16th, and I think by the 16th, Gachagua has a campaign today, from today to 24th. So I think the governor of Embu is getting it hot there. He's saying that Gachagua sent goons. But you know, the goons from Sicily Balina, they were spotted saying that when Gachagua is going to go to these places, they are going to show him dust. So I think it's getting hot in Embu. And today there is a final for. There is a Super Cup which has been organized uh, by the candidate Leo Wamudende, but they are telling him that Gachagua is coming today, so you can go for the Super Cup alone. So things are getting hot there. You know, we are going for the by-election 27th November. So we have only this week.
Is this the same place whereby the leaders were buying sukuma wiki wanapatia na wamama?
Sukuma wiki? Ona?
kuna mahali niliona kwamba wakati sijui ni that place where they were buying sukuma wiki ya kupatiana, imefika mpaka mahali wanabai sukuma wiki like a way to entice the voters.
Yeah, I have not seen that one, but yeah, they can be. That one. The problem is they don't have a very good candidate by per se, because even the one who is supported by United Opposition is an artist. The Newton Karish is an artist. So
So,
I
so
don't think they have a good candidate. But this is not about candidacy, Brother Benson. This is about supremacy. You remember the person of Kawanjiko?
yes,
This is about supremacy. It's not about bringing a good person into power. It's about supremacy.
because like
It's
there was
supremacy voting for the by-elections.
and I think this is as much as the candidate that is being supported by Rigathi Gachagua is allied to Muturi, but it's also that the Rigathi Gachagua is going to try to test the strength, especially his influence.
Yes. I think he's trying to test that. And I think also the UDA is trying to see if they can flex their muscles in the Mount Kenya and
Yeah.
see if they still have a grip. So I think this is a supremacy battle. It's not about somebody having a good car or the right candidate for this Bere North. And it will be a shame that the public CS, the CS for public is coming from there. In case they lose that seat, I'm telling you, next things will be hotter, because I've seen a case of where he's going even to reshuffle the cabinet. I'm seeing a place where Ruto will reshuffle the cabinet, because if you're being one even in your backyard and you're my CS for public service, why do I need you?
You see, the place where I would say sometimes the president or the president mishandle this in case if it's going to lose, ni kwamba kwa Kiswahili tunasema kwamba miba ya kujitakia. Do you know the reason why I'm telling you this? By president, when president, I mean by president appointing Ruku to the CS position, he was not doing it because Ruku was a performer, or he was not doing it because he needed to do it, but he was doing it to punish Muturi.
Yeah.
Because they disagreed with Muturi. So what could he do? He decided to bring Ruku, and remember, Ruku was a candidate for Muturi, right?
Yes.
In the last general election. So by doing that, he was trying to punish Muturi in a way politically, if you're looking at it that way. So it is also upon Ruku to flex his muscle to make sure that they bury Muturi politically and tell them that you do not have influence. And if it happens that the Ruku or the UDA candidate is going to lose, it will be very big blow to Ruku and also to the governor of Embu. That is what I think.
Yeah. That's why I was saying that this one is a do or die, because I'm seeing an instance where if Ruku is going to be defeated, if that candidate is going to be defeated for the UDA, I think it's going to even to affect the by-elections, because there's no need for you as Ruku to be the CS, and you're not bringing me anything to the table. So I'm thinking of an instance where also it is. I think Ruto was playing it as two ways. He was playing it as the way you said about going back at it at Muturi, but I also was thinking that maybe Ruto was also planning to divide Mount Kenya between the west and the east. But I think it is not possible. It's not possible for him. I think the by-election will show.
But dividing Mount Kenya, that came with the appointment of Kithure Kindiki when Rigathi Gachagua was impeached. That was the earlier plan. But this one for Ruku, remember, this one came much later after they disagreed with Muturi, or Muturi did not attend the cabinet meetings giving all those demands. And he decided, okay, let me do this. Because I don't think that in all that constituency or in Embu, if it was supposed to be rewarded to the Embu residents that Ruku could have been the best of the best. Yeah, I think like there could be some other personalities that are holding offices somewhere rather than pointing a political somebody who is a politician, is a representative of the people. You
Yeah,
know,
I agree with you. The first point of punishing Muturi and
yeah,
giving Ruku the position, but I'm also viewing it as another side of him trying to divide. Embu is in the east.
yeah,
Embu is in the east of Mount Kenya. So they say the Embu, Meru, and Tharaka-Nithi, they are in the east.
mm-hmm.
So this is a stronghold that is supposed to be predominantly for Kithure Kindiki as a deputy. So it is trying also to see if Kindiki has power or is powerless in the region. Because if himself he cannot be able to win a by-election and he's saying he's a deputy president, how will it go at it when they go for the 2027 election? It means he has lost touch and grip in the Mount Kenya region. So
You
I
see,
think it is going to be used for a litmus test for many things.
but even if you bring in Kindiki in, Kindiki is one of those leaders. But sometimes when I look at him politically, I feel like his political lifeline or political span is very short and is short-lived. One, the way he came into that position. Yep. Secondly, the kind of assignment that Kindiki is doing does not make him be relevant because he's a deputy president, and the deputy president, where the only thing that people are seeing you're doing into public is the empowerment. And when you look at empowerment, the money that you're using for empowerment, where does this money come from? Yeah,
Yeah.
where does this money come from? If you're looking, you want to look at empowerment, and if you see how he flies with the choppers, going to these places, you are in Migori, you are in this place, you are in this place, and saying that you're doing empowerment, you know, it really begs the question, and it makes that office of Kindiki. Actually, I don't see Kindiki, the Kindiki himself, that being very influential, because like if he's influential but he's kind of like forcing it, you see, that is what I think
You,
about
you know,
Kindiki.
there is one thing you said, Brother Benson, here yesterday when we were speaking in the debates. It was when you said about the deputy position has become irrelevant. You remember when you said that?
Yeah,
Was it you who said, or it was Muzalendo? I think it is you
I
who
am the
said that the deputy position has become irrelevant.
yeah.
You know why it has become irrelevant?
Mhm.
Because the person who is holding it now does not have any bargaining power. He has none. The only thing I told you that Gachagua lacked, it's only a party. If
Yeah.
Gachagua had a party and members of parliament, to be impeached, it would have been a very difficult thing for them. So, the deputy is a very powerful seat, but the deputy does not need you to go at it when you're alone. If you go at it with the party that you're in the same that you're in the same boat, and you
Mhm.
know that your members can just sell sheep and jump the sheep when
Mhm.
it comes to impeachment. I
Mhm.
think that is the problem. That is the whole scenario. So Kindiki, he has members of parliament, but these members of parliament are not loyal to him. They are loyal to the president.
Yeah.
And the other thing, Kidiki does not have the support from the masses, the Mount Kenya masses. So he does not have anything. So the only thing he could have used is the members of parliament, but they are not on his side, like in Ishungwa. They are doing the Ruto's work. They are not doing Kindiki's work. So Kindiki has been left just like a flower boy there to be told yes, sir. And he's a yes, sir, man. So that one we cannot change from that.
And another thing also, I would say that I would not advise anybody to go for that position because I've looked at it. Remember what happened between President William Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is the same office, and it also befell Rigathi Gachagua. Now, for Kindiki, I when did you see the president, especially when they're doing maybe they're in public forum, It's very rare. The president will be by himself or by another CS, but not of what we used to see, whereby the president and the deputy president would attend this rally. And what does that one tells you? That one tells you how Ruto is a very, I would say that politically is a very smart politician, because one, he knows when all these projects are being launched and Kindiki is there, that one makes him even more relevant, because you are with the president. You will get an opportunity to talk with the people, especially on the projects. Tell me any project by government that Mr. Kindiki is talking about or is going to launch, any project for the government that connects him to the people, apart from empowerment, which is attended by politicians. And it's more of politicking. Tell me.
The problem is Kindiki has not launched anything, and he cannot launch anything because he was rendered powerless. Because people view him as an appointee of the president. He's not
Yeah.
an elected person. He's an
Mhm.
appointee of the president. And Brother Benson, I would like to differ with you a bit by saying, being a deputy, the seat is very good and it has power. The issue is, are you going to this seat together with the party that you're all together? 2013, Ruto went as a deputy to Uhuru, but he had a lot of power because he had his own party, URP.
Mhm.
But when they joined in Jubilee 2017, that is all where the blunder came, because Uhuru could direct where Jubilee could go.
Mhm.
So what Kashago could have really done in 2022, he could have gone at this party with his own party. He could have been a very powerful individual. But now he did not go with the and he's the one who did himself the mistake of saying hatutaki chama zingine Mount Kenya, we want only one party. You remember, he's the one who was creating this fallacy. So he broke himself down. But for Kindiki cannot do anything in Mount Kenya because people don't view him as an elected official. They view him as an appointed official from the president, that he
Mhm.
was brought here. So even if he does not do what his master says, Kindiki, it's just that we are going only 1 year. If it was remaining 3 years, I'm telling you, Kindiki angetolewa kwa hiyo kiti. It's
and
just
and
because we are remaining only 1 year to
and
election.
about, like, even he's not a threat.
He's
Even
not agreeing to anyone. He's
it's
not
not
a
a
threat.
threat.
He don't even view
It's
to
not it's not a threat to a political threat. We're not talking of any other political threat. Like, you see somebody like Rigathi Gachagua, if you have him as a deputy, you have to play your cards well. There are those cards that you have to hide under the table. But for,
but
but for
the fire see fire. But his
yeah,
fire see fire. His normal see normal.
uh, I will give all my cards and leave them on the table, because one, I know for a fact he cannot form a political party. That is first.
Yeah, he can't.
He can't form a political party. Secondly, the kind of politics that Kindiki is doing is a diplomacy politics, is not a very aggressive politics. Is one guy, even like, you see how people enjoy him, the soprano and all that, he cannot do those punches in politics the way Rigathi Gachagua is doing.
Yes.
So in from my point of view, Kindiki, in 2027, he will be placed somewhere that is not a deputy president office.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is,
yeah.
I think.
True, true. But now the problem is you cannot place him anywhere where he's not a deputy. Now where will he go? Because you cannot go low. If you go
Well,
lower than the deputy president, means you have gone already low.
let me tell you the politics of Kenya, and I told Mzalendo, and I'm still telling you, the reason why even you see what is happening in the ODM, it is about the politics of Kenya is sometimes ideology. We lack ideology. We do not have something that we stand for. As much as ODM, we can really, really credit them for the 20 years, and like a party that has always fought for some reforms that actually has been achieved, but the majority of members um, are there not because they know what they want, but they're there because they were brought, they were made. They were made. I tell you for a fact, listen to all, that's why even the Junior was calling them orphan. I think at some point you had like Junior was telling Junior, tell those orphans. Yeah. And to me, orphans are like, there's nothing they can point in their political life that this is what I fought for.
Yes,
Look
there's
at
that.
Gitobu Imanyara. When you're talking something about Kenyan politics, you cannot go without mentioning it, Gitobu Imanyara. There's a part he played. Look at Koigi Wamwere. Look at Martha Karua. Look at James Orengo.
Paul Mwite.
Yeah, Paul
Paul
Muite.
Mwite.
Yeah, all these names and other Wangare Madai, all this, when you mention them, but majority of those who are you're seeing talking about ODM, somebody will tell you how Raila picked me and put me. That's how I was picked, you know. Yeah. So that is what that's why you see what is happening. They do not have connection with the people. They don't understand. When we tell them that let's call NDC because ODM was the party that was formed, is for the people. Let's go to the people and ask them to reevaluate the broad-based government. What is happening is that huyu ni kama. Anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Joseph.
I think we have talked. I think it was fine. We have talked about Embu now. I think we can
Yep,
enter now to the real topic because Embu. I'm telling you, brother Benson, just keep a look on that. It's
yeah, we will.
this week, and you can start from today. I think today the campaigns in Embu will not be the same as usual because if they are going to plan some things like trying to block these things, blocking the convoy of Gachagua, it will be a problem. It will be a problem. Me,
That,
I never support Gachagua for presidency, but brother, that guy is powerful in Mount Kenya. I can tell you. I can tell you. I've witnessed. I can tell
that's today we were having a conversation with Njiru. Today I had some few minutes and we had a conversation with Njiru, but there's something that I was trying to explain to Njiru. Maybe I was not convincing him of what I was saying because he was talking about how maybe the Luo community will sacrifice the whole country by not voting with opposition. Then I told him, your analysis is wrong. Our politics is about perception. Who would have thought that there are quite a number of people from the lowland who would support President William Ruto as we speak today?
No, nobody.
Remember the 2013 when they won election, there was an interview that he had with the BBC, whereby when the people were Kondele were rioting, and he was asked about that. Do you know the answer that he gave? Those are militia. Remember that?
I never, I never watched that one, but maybe he said that because I
I,
know, I know.
I think
Ruto
it was.
can talk anything at any given time. I know.
I think it is in the BBC, if I'm not one of the bigger channel. And it is perception. This perception are created by the politician, and the same politician that the people who are cleaning the perception that they've created. If the right honorable prime minister could have been alive today, and at some point they talk with Rigathi Gachagua, and they say we disagree with him, but he has a point. Our interest here. I tell you, everybody would troop to Rigathi Gachagua if the prime minister was there. But the
Yeah.
perception is that the art of politics of Rigathi Gachagua and how aliweka mtego and all that he spoke about the bacteria and everything, and now the politics especially have taken it. So it is driving the emotion of the people. So that's why I was telling Jiru, if election is carried, or if we go to election, especially with Kalonzo being in the same side with Kalonzo being the same side with Rigathi Gachagua, there there are those who have soft spot for Kalonzo Musyoka, and there are those who do not like the art of politics of Rigathi Gachagua. They might say that we abstain. We might not vote for Ruto, or we are not going to vote for Kalonzo Musyoka. Let's just stay because like we don't have preferred candidates. So there's so many what I call the driving
Dynamics.
factors. Yeah, the pointing factors in a politics that is driven by emotions. You know, if ideas do not carry the day and the emotion carries the day, then there's so many things that is going to happen. Msimamo habari gani?
Nzuri kaka, nzuri sana.
Uko salama?
Tunamshukuru Mungu tuko salama.
Okay, asante sana. Hata wewe ndio tulikuwa tunakusubiri, tulikuwa bado tunapiga story kidogo kidogo. So, thank you so much everyone now for joining. My panelists are here. They were the people that I was waiting before. Now they are here. We want to at least give our views or recap of what happened yesterday at ODM at 20. Remember, yesterday seems to be their last meeting. There was also our founder members dinner that was attended by the president. President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta sent a letter that was read by Edwin Sifuna. So a lot took place. But what caught our attention so much was about how the ODM leaders locked on over ties with Ruto in Mombasa. There was a clear picture of two factions, especially ODM, one that is supporting broad-based government, two that is not supporting broad-based government. But remember, they were celebrating ODM at 20. And the same time, they were celebrating 1 month ever since Baba was buried. But you would see that the celebration was not even a celebration. It was fights after fights, and who is who. Everybody was trying to show his might in that celebration. So to me, I don't feel they celebrated, but I feel they were fighting for positions and leadership. They could not put their house in order. Let me start with you, Msimamo. What is your take on what happened yesterday at ODM at 20?
Asante kwa swali zuri, swali lenye tija. Mara nyingi huwa napenda kusalimia wale wanaotusikiliza, wanaotufuatilia, kwa hivyo wapokee zangu popote walipo. Lakini kwa swali lenye umeniuliza ni kwamba kile ambacho kimefanyika hapo Mombasa kwenye sherehe ni kuonyeshana ubabe, wala si kusherekea. Unajua, twende nyinyi huwa mmeagana, lakini ukiona mtu unamwambia twende, lakini anakuza twende wapi, huwa hamjagana. So kile ambacho tumekiona jana ni ile twende wapi. Kwa sababu ya gani nasema hivyo? Tumeona wale ambao viongozi wanaegemea serikali, wanaamini kwamba wako ndani ya serikali, wanaamini baba aliwaacha ndani ya serikali. Kwa hivyo ODM is part of the government na watabaki kwa government, come rain come shine. So na kuna wale ambao wanaamini kwamba wako kwa mkataba na ODM. Si chama cha watu tu wa mahali fulani. ODM ni chama cha Wakenya na lazima wasikize wananchi. Unaona, lazima sasa mwamuzi wa kweli awe ni mwananchi. So kwangu mimi kaka, nipo kwa wale wanasema watu warudi kwa wananchi, waamue hatima ya chama, kwa sababu chama ni chama cha Wakenya wote. baba mwenda zake alikijenga chama hiki, si jamii fulani, si watu wa mahali fulani, wala si wanasiasa. Chama kina resemble sura ya kitaifa. Chama kinaonyesha ule uwiano na mapenzi watu walikuwa nayo, hususu haswa wa Kenya. So to me, nadhani huu mvutano jana, wote huu, anayefungwa kamba hapa ni mwananchi. So warudi kwa wananchi, wananchi waamue kama kweli waliachwa haswa kwa broad based government. Wananchi watazungumza. Nadhani hilo ndilo la mwafaka, kwa sababu kile ambacho tumekiona jana pale ni kuonyeshana ubabe wa kisiasa. Lakini yes,
endelea, sorry, endelea.
Lakini si kusherekea miaka 20 ya chama hiki, kwa maana wote wangekuwa katika umoja, labda wangesema sisi tuko ndani ya broad based government na wote wakabaki pale. Lakini huu mgawanyiko wa hawa wanavuta huku na wale wanavuta huku, basi kama kawaida tunaelewa kwamba faili wawili wanapopigana basi nyasi ndio zinaumia. So hawa wanavutana, lakini mwisho wa siku kisionekane chama tu ni cha jamii fulani, kwa sababu wamepata positions kwa serikali na ni part of the government, kwa sababu walipata position ya kiongozi haiambatani na matarajio na mapendekezo ya mwananchi. So for real, jana sikujisikia amani, japo ndio, lakini sikujisikia amani kwa mvutano ule. Kwa hivyo naona suluhu ODM sasa wamshirikishe mwananchi, ndio atakayeamua just ipi hasa watafata, ama ni njia ipi ambayo haswa ODM itafuata, kwa maana hiyo ndio nafasi peke yake tu iliyobaki kutetea haswa kuondoa huu mgawanyiko wa hawa viongozi. Lakini kwa kweli ODM kwa jinsi nilivyoona imegawika mara mbili. Sasa labda la mwisho, nashangaa huyu ambaye ameingiza haswa huu mgawanyiko ni nani?
Hiyo ndio swali labda tunaweza uliza, tujue ni nani.
Yes. Je, ni baba mwenda zake, ama ni hawa ambao wanaelewa fika hawawezi uliza mzee kwa sababu mzee ashaondoka? Kwa hivyo hatuwezi muuliza kwamba eti baba ulituacha ndani ya serikali, eti baba ulituacha hati mkataba mpaka 2027, hatuwezi muuliza. So nafasi pekee iliyobaki ni ya mwananchi. Huo ndo ufunguzi wangu kwa sasa. Asante.
Okay, asante sana. Kabla hujaenda tu, labda alafu nikaribishe ndugu yangu, na jambo ambalo umesema kwamba jambo hili lirudishwe kwa mwananchi ili watoe kauli, na maneno hayo ambayo unasema ndio unapata pale hata yule dada msichana wa Raila Amolo Odinga Winnie alisema kwamba hawa watu wametusukuma, na akasema kwamba ukiangalia uhusiano ya broad based government hii, anasema hii uhusiano inafaa ichunguzwe, kwa sababu yule mtu ambaye alikuwa na uwezo wa kuilinda ama alikuwa na ulewaji mkubwa ambao alikuwa anaijua zaidi kwa undani ni Raila Amolo Odinga, na huyo bwana saizi hayupo tena na sisi. Inafaa turudi kwa NDC tuwaulize na tujue ni viongozi wagani labda tunaweza wapatia ili watuambie ama waendeleze hii mfumo ambao tuko nayo, kwa sababu anaona kwamba hapa naye anaona hana imani na wale ambao labda wanasema wanaendesha hii. Unakubaliana na yeye?
Yes, nakubaliana na yeye kwa sababu huu mvutano si kwamba tu ni hapa Mombasa kwa sherehe. Mvutano huu tuliushuhudia Nyayo kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa, viongozi wakatema cheche, wakazungumza waliozungumza, lakini cha kushangaza wakati wa sasa kuweza kumstiri baba, kundi nalo lingine likazuka kwa kishindo na machozi ya uongo kwamba huo baba alituacha hapa. So huu mvutano ulianza muda mrefu. Kuna wale wanaamini
amepotea. Acha tumsubiri kidogo. Hello, msimamo
kidogo tu
okay, sawa
haraka, then nitamsikiza mwenye ananipigia alafu nirudi hapa. Kwa hivyo nasema kwa kweli tukiangalia kwamba wale ambao wana insist kwamba tumeachwa hapa, wengi wao ni wale ambao either wana ahadi ama wana wale ambao wako ndani ya serikali wana faidi haswa, tayari wako wanalipwa mshahara. So it's like ni kama wanalazimisha hili jambo kwamba si
okay, kama ndugu yetu anapigiwa. Joseph, labda akirudi Joseph, when he comes back maybe you will give him an opportunity to complete or to amalize yale alikuwa nasema. Joseph, from my own observation,
sio kama wanapatikana.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so tukiangalia hivi wale ambao wanang'ang'ana sisi tuliachwa hapa ni wale ambao wako kwa serikali. Wengi wao mawaziri, wengi wao hata huyu wajuzi huyu ambao alipewa nafasi ya Ndindi Nyoro, huyu kiongozi huyu kwa jina limenitoka, yule ambaye alizungumza juzi kule Nyanza. So lakini hao ambao wako kwa serikali ndo wanalazimisha wananchi, wanalazimisha kwamba ionekane kwamba baba lakini nafasi ya mwananchi hapa ni ipi? Je, amepewa nafasi yake kuweza kuamua? Kwa sababu hiki chama si chama cha Luo Nyanza atikuteka vote, kwa sababu Waluo hatutakuwa kwa serikali kwa sababu tuliandamana, sisi tulifanya hivi, this is wakati wetu wa sisi kuwa ndani ya serikali na wengine kuwa wapinzani, maana wao ndio waliweza kuleta hii serikali. Hii yote ni visababu ambavyo havina tija, watu kulinda unga wao. Lakini vile vile pia kuna ile wasiwasi kwamba wamejaa nao kwamba mtu peke yake alikuwa anaweza kuwatetea na kusikizwa, alikuwa ni mwenda zake marehemu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Sasa kivuli kimeenda. Je, nani wa kuwashika mkono ili kuendeleza haswa nafasi zile? So for real, mimi naungana na huyu dada yangu mdogo Winnie kwa kile ambacho amezungumza. Sasa palipofikia tusiwe kwa kuvutana huku na huku. Let's give chance to wananchi aamue hatima ya hiki chama, kwa sababu hiki chama hakijafomiwa tu kwamba ni cha Waluo Nyanza peke yake. Kiongozi ndio ni Waluo Nyanza, lakini chama ambacho kimejengwa na mapenzi ya Wakenya wote popote pale katika taifa hili la Kenya. So let them give chance na wao waamue. Je, wako kwa broad based government? ODM iko kwa broad based government ama iko nje ya broad based government? Nadhani hilo mimi ndio la tija zaidi, kwa sababu hawa wengine hawatengenezi nafasi ya mwananchi, wanalazimisha mwananchi kwamba hii ndio njia, lakini haifai hivyo. Kama viongozi wanaongoza hasa wananchi ama wanaongoza wafuasi wa ODM, so let them wapewe nafasi haswa wana wafuasi walio wengi, walio haswa hususwa wananchi waamue. Lakini si hii mambo kwamba viongozi wachache wanapanga kwa niaba ya watu. Demokrasia haiwe hivyo.
Asante sana kakangu kwa maoni yako. Joseph, thank you so much also. Joseph, maybe just to give you a rundown of the observation that I made. And if you're watching us for the very first time in Brother Benson Media, you can as well support this channel by hitting subscription button, so that when we have such like conversation on Sundays and Saturdays morning, then YouTube will notify you. And you can also contribute to us, share with us your thoughts on the comment section, so we can also read them, so that we can guide also our conversation. So Joseph, you know, when I was giving now my summary of what I saw yesterday, especially at the celebration. I saw a team of leaders who are, I would say that they are protecting the legacy of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and still they want to be in broad-based government, but they want to protect that legacy. This is what Baba said, yeah. And I also saw a team of leaders who feel, especially, that we should go back to the people, and after going back to the people, we renegotiate the stance, especially when it comes to broad-based government, and say that because who understood the broad-based better was the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and as we speak is not there, and the leaders who are now pushing for that, or who are the bona fide, or the people who should be gatekeepers of that broad-based government, she feels that these are not the people that we should trust, or if I might say so, we need to renegotiate that. I also saw group of young leaders who feel that this is their time, that they should lead, yeah, and they want to carry on the spirit of Baba. This one include protest, and this was said by Babu, not to be precise, that if the cost of living goes up, we will go back to the street. And also he's saying that this is the time that young people should be given an opportunity. And he posed a question: when all these positions were given, you did not see any position that would fit Babu Owino. And he said that in the near future, he will be the party leader. That is also a group that I saw. Another group also that I saw the group that they left ODM and they got a job in government. But at the same time, they did not leave ODM. And they're also still fighting for position. And some of them feel that they are the people who should now be given the position of ODM, bearing in mind that their life and their political career and even challenges that they face, they were almost being killed. That is according to, I would quote, this is according to CS for Mining Joho. He said that, and he feels that this is the right time and is the best son that could inherit and even take the presidential position. So if you look at all these tires, I mean, there were tires that tells you that things are not rosy in ODM as they were celebrating somebody who made that party to be 20 years, what they're celebrating today. What is your take on that?
Yes, thank you. You have really asked me some. You have made a full speech for me to analyze. Let me analyze it slowly. So I'll start with first. What was happening yesterday and the 3 days that we have been having is a celebration of ODM at 20 years. And it's very sad, and it's such an embarrassment that we are going to celebrate ODM at 20. But when we are going to celebrate ODM at 20, it did not seem as a celebration. It seemed like a what do we call it? A war of words, or what do we call it? A match where the people had gone for a war of words.
Yeah.
I would have ideally. That's why I remember Muzalendo telling you. Did you hear Muzalendo telling you that even them choosing the party member, the party leader, it came very early. I think also them going with this ODM at 20, it came very early. And we had talked about this, Brother Benson, yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I told you, because you see, if this thing was delayed and they had good arrangement after they have finally devised a place or a mechanism how they are going to have these wrangles inside the party being sorted out. It could have been done very peacefully and amicably. But did you see a united ODM yesterday? That was not a united ODM after 20 years. That one is an ODM that is about to crash. If some things are not done, the ODM is going to crash, brother, very, very soon. If some things are not done with haste, because there is so many things that I saw yesterday. And I'm going to start with one, because we had the speech by WINNIE. The speech by WINNIE, she made the speech. You could clearly tell that the division that WINNIE is talking about is the division between the new versus the old guards. There was a bit of the new versus the old guards. They are trying to rebrand themselves as the new tax of the party, but there is some old guards. If you had the speech by Babu Wino, you could hear him clearly telling them Wadosi. Wadosi was not meaning that they are rich men. It means they are the old guards of the party. They are the ones who are making the party, or they are holding the party, as some he will say in his speech hostage, that the young people cannot be able to take party positions in these parties. So that one is one of the divisions. I see Msamamo said there is 2 divisions. I think there is so many divisions. So that one is about youth and the old guards.
Yeah.
Then when you go to comments that were made by, I think by, was it Junet or? Yeah, these comments that were made by Junet and some comments that were made by Joho later, and also the governor of Mombasa, Abdul Swamad. The comments that they made is a comment of people who are in government who are trying to support their seats. They don't want their seats gone, because already they're in power and they are feeling the warmth of the power. So they don't want to let this power go. That's why you can hear them, they are adamantly fighting for this. And you know, Abdul Swamad is not very powerful. Abdul Swamad just talks what Joho needs him to talk. Because Joho is very powerful in Mombasa County. He's very, very powerful. So I think when Joho tells him to say something, I think Abdul Swamad will say, or he tells him to jump, I think he's going to ask, how high do you want me to jump? Because even you heard the coastal readers when they were talking, after they were talking, they said that mkijaribu kucheza na Joho nyinyi mtaona, I don't know party, I don't know what they are going to do to the party. So they were talking there and you could clearly hear them. Joho is very powerful in the coast. I think he's the one who is being projected as a kingpin from the coastal region in terms of ODM supremacy. But another thing so that is another function, the function of broad-based. Yani the people in the government, that is another one. So those are 2 already I give you. So the third one is the people who are fighting for the identity of ODM. There is an identity of the ODM. The identity of the ODM is what? What you heard Orengo talking about. Orengo talked about ODM. You know, he said something and it really caught me. Orengo talked about how ODM was very popular in the urban cities. That thing really caught my eye. I had not noticed that. Why is ODM very very popular in the urban cities? Because it was a party who was fighting for the poor people. It is a party which was fighting for the poor people. So when you talk about the identity of ODM, also the identity of ODM is within the phrases of the last words that Raila spoke. Because the last words that Raila spoke were the words that we saw was it in a church? Was it in a church or where was it? There is a place where he wore a grey suit. So those were the last words I really clearly heard Raila put forward, because they were really clear in stating about how they cannot let ODM be crushed, and they are going to even have a candidate. I remember I know you remember that phrase when he put Atuizi Kubali ODM iende chini, we are going even to have a candidate in 2027. We are going to be dealing with this government in 2027. So I think and WINNIE also talked about the ODM identity. He said about people trying to seem like they want to kuuza chama, but hii chama haiwezi uzika. That one is the ODM identity. And the ODM identity, I also phrase it together with the Brother Benson, what you call the trustees. The trustees are trying to frame the ODM identity. So I think that is a third one. So I think ODM is at a crossroads. Yeah. But I think the people are not at a crossroad. People are going to come together and they are going to be given they are going to know the path that they are going to forge. They are not at the crossroad. I think the leaders are the ones who are disrupting everything. And if you heard Junet speaking, Junet clearly told you, kama tutaendelea na hii mgawanyiko, afadhali chama ivunjike, kila mtu aende na ODM kake. That is what he said. So, but I think also there is a function which has been rooted by the government, where the government wants, you can find even the government wants a weak ODM, because a weak ODM, it means it's very easier for them to get the backing from the Nyanza region without hata unajua Ruto atakagi pahali yeye ana negotiate na mtu sana. Ruto wants a place and negotiate na mtu. So if he can get an ODM that he cannot be able to negotiate of much, it will be better for him, because he's going to take over the party and take over the region. Then it's the same thing happened in Mount Kenya. There's nothing different. He just did like that. He found a region that was very adamantly supporting him, but they were not supporting their kingpin, who was Uhuru at that time. Because they thought that he's betraying them. So they were supporting Ruto because, and I think he's a cunning man. He's a very cunning man. He knew, there is a one time he said that he's the regional kingpin. Did you hear him saying that? He's the regional kingpin of Mount Kenya. So I think he's supposed to be the regional kingpin of Luo Nyanza very soon, if you don't take care. But the comments by he's called who? The brother of Raila, Oburu. The comments by Oburu Odinga to WINNIE Odinga, it really shows you that the party still is not going to be given to the young people. It's still going to start to stick with the old guards. It is clearly telling you the focus that is there, and I think it is even evidently showing. I forgot the fourth one. The fourth division is about the family, brother. I forgot to tell you. The fourth division is about the family. We have come here, me and you and other panelists, and talked about Minipin. We have come here talking about me. I have really loved that word, Minipin. And where the power lies in, it's called what? Okango Kajaramogi. We'll be talking about power line there. And I'm telling you, brother, the family, if they don't check well, ODM is going to split that family if they are not careful. Because, the Raila family is seen like this one. This one is ours. They're supposed to be having somebody who is supposed to be talking on behalf of our family. It's not Oburu Odinga. Oburu Odinga is not Raila family. Oburu Odinga is a brother to Raila, but not Raila family.
But who speaks for Raila family? And that's why yesterday, remember I told you, it's the first time when WINNIE spoke in a gathering. That is the first time that we were getting somebody from Raila's family, not Odinga's. Because
that's why it has been.
And we have the Railas.
That's why there is a friction. That's why I told you, brother, Raila is trying to forge themselves, the Raila family. Leave the Oburu. Oburu, there is some people who speak, Brother Benson. There is some people who speak in Oburu family. More so that his son, he's called who? I see his son going to these meetings. But for Raila's family now, they are trying to groom WINNIE.
Okay.
And WINNIE is showing to be a resilience. And the issue is about, these things you can take them lightly, but you never know why Raila Odinga was too much supportive of Sifuna. Whoever told us why Raila was very supportive of Sifuna, even when all people were fighting him. Why were we not told why Raila supported? And even Raila, the last meeting that they were with Sifuna, what did Raila say? He talked about Sifuna is my CSG, and he's saying what I am saying. So I think there is a play that was happening. To my thinking, me, I don't know. I don't want to say it what's happening, but I think Sifuna was helping Winnie.
All right. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
that is my thinking.
Thank you so much. And there's something that also I want to say here. I might be wrong. You know, if you want to talk of somebody who understands who Raila Odinga is Mama Ida. That is the person who understands, and he understands Raila in two ways. One, he understood, or he understands Raila, one, as a husband, as a father, as a friend, as a partner of 52 years. Remember, when Raila was in prison, Ida was there. You know, when Raila was in prison, all the challenges that Ida went, even with the government. Remember when, is it Njoki Ndung'u or Martha Koome, the Chief Justice used to be the person assisting her with legal battles, you know, so she understood that. So when Min Pin will speak, that will be a confirmation. And something that also I noticed, I don't know whether you noticed, if you look at, I was very keen, if you look at the top that Winnie was wearing, it was, today was kind of like very different. I think she designed her own. If you look at it somewhere here, it is written Captain with 5 stars. I don't know whether you saw that. Check if you get any photo of the top that she was putting on yesterday.
Yeah, it is even in your picture, the picture that you have posted on the cover today. I can see it now.
It is Captain, and how many stars?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars.
Fikiria hiyo. Now, msimamo, wacha nikuje kwako. Wewe nataka tu kukuuliza swali. Swali langu ni je, unadhani inafaa tupatiane, tumsikize Winnie kwa jicho la tatu, kwa sikio la tatu, kwa sababu huyu ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na ukaribu sana na babake, na akakuja akatuambia kwamba haya mahusiano tunayo inafaa tuiangalie, na ni mtu ambaye amekuwa na babake na hajasema kitu ambacho aliambiwa. Inaweza kuwa labda kuna jambo fiche ndani ambapo sisi wenyewe hatujui, na inafaa tujue kupitia kwake, na watu wamekataa kumpatia masikio. Ama watu naona ni siasa.
Asante. Kabla niingilie hili kwanza, mimi swali najiuliza, mfumo nini, ni kipi kilisababisha kutengenezwa kwa broad based government?
Sababu kuu walikuwa wanasema kwamba serikali ilikuwa ina yumba, ikabidi baba akuje ili serikali ikuwe imesimama imara, na hii ilitokea na yale maandamano ya majenzi ambao walipoteza maisha yao ya kizazi kipya, na wakakuja na wale tuseme kwamba 10-point agenda, wakasema haya ndio mambo anapo sisi tunafaa tuitimize.
Hapa mimi ndio nachanganyikiwa. Ni kwa sababu hati nchi ilikuwa na yumba.
Kwa mujibu wao,
hofu walikuwa wanasema labda pengine italeta ugawanyiko wa kikabila, kuwe na vita vya kikabila, na mwisho wa siku jeshi lichukue, ama ni hofu ya kwamba hapa huenda tukampa Gachagua nafasi na ilikuwa ni njia ya kuweza kumblock Gachagua. Ni bora kuwa na nusu shari kuliko kuwa na shari kamili. So ni bora hapa tuhakikishe kwamba tumeziba hii, kwa sababu nashindwa what the exact point ya kuformiwa broad based government ambayo up to date sijaona ikitusaidia. Mimi sijaona kwamba imetusaidia sisi kwa sababu ya nini, ama wasiwasi ulikuwa wapi? Kwa sababu kila ambacho hawa watoto walikuwa wanakibondia ndio kile ambacho baba alikuwa anakipigania tangia awali. Ina maana yeye angeweza kusimama na wao, na hakukuwa pia kunaonyesha kwamba kuna mvutano wa kikabila. Wakenya wote walikuwa wamekuwa bonde hapo kwa watoto, kwa sababu wanazungumza mambo matatu, lakini ilikuwa imebeba uzito wa Wakenya wote tuazi ile serikali tuko nayo. So hii mambo na broad based government it because watu walikuwa wanahofia jeshi lisije likachukua, ama kutakuwa na mgawanyiko kama wengine wanavyodai, hawa wengine ambao wanasema wako serikali, pengine baba aliweza kufanya hivi, kwa hivyo tumwaiche hididi, maana aliona mbele sije tukaingia katika dimbwi la kupigana kikabila nini na machafuko yale, na tukaacha hii nchi chukuliwe na jeshi. Maana nakumbuka kauli ya marehemu mwenda zake baba, Mungu ailaze mahali pema, akailaze mahali pema peponi, kwamba what next, what next. Ndio nataka tumtoe Ruto, sawa, but what nini sasa, what next, baadaye sasa itakuwaje? Na ndio chimbuko la hii broad based government, of which broad based government ODM was part of Azimio, na mpaka sasa hivi bado kuna kundi linaamini sisi we are totally part of Azimio. Hatukuwa tumetoka katika mkataba kwa Azimio. So we are part and parcel of Azimio. So katika tukiuliza misingi ya ukitaka kujua kupona haswa, unajua ukitaka kupona kabisa, yani ukitaka kuepukana na inzi, basi ni kidonda kipone. Lakini kidonda kama hakitapona, inzi bado litakufuata. Umenielewa?
Nakuelewa kaka.
So ni mpaka tuangalie misingi ya hii broad based government ambayo ipo, ambayo imekuwa kizungumkuti mpaka imekuwa sasa tuliachwa hapa na tutabaki hapa. We will be no longer opposition. Tumekuwa huko opposition since before. Na ukitazama kauli ambazo ni za mkuu wa nchi zinafungamana na hawa tangia awali, kwamba we are the first member, watu wa kwanza kutengeza ODM. Kama unakumbuka wakati ule akimjibu Sifuna wazi kwamba ukumbuke sisi ndio tulitengeza hicho chama. So we are part of and parcel ya kutengeza hiyo chama. Kwa hiyo na utikiangalia tena ule wakati wa mazishi walipobana hawa wengine nafasi kwa ili jaribu kuona mambo yalikuwa kama hayo. So hapa nikimalizia ni kwamba tuzungumza ukweli ili tupate kupona. Kuna hii kundi ambalo linafaidi tayari kwa serikali, na hofu yangu lisijaribu kuchukua mapenzi na serikali, kwa sababu wao bado wanakula, wanashiba, watoto wao wanaenda mashule, na kuwajengea ukuta wao walionyanza sasa, kwamba sasa sisi hatutakuwa ndani nje ya serikali, lazima tuwe ndani ya serikali, maana baba ametuacha hapo. Ni kama wanajaribu sasa kuwapangia wale wananchi watukufu wa Luo Nyanza kipi cha kufanya, wapi kwa kwenda. Which kwangu hili si sawa. Ni mwananchi ambaye ataweza kuongoza hili zoezi. Kwa hivyo pati ya Winnie Odinga pale, mimi naweza sema ina mashiko na iliashiria tangia awali. Tangia awali they were not pleased na state funeral ile. Wao walikuwa na misimamo yao tofauti, wangesimama kule ambapo mara si mara kwanza kusikia akauliza hawa zinazoashiria since wale waombolezaji kama tulifuata kwamba walikuwa wanasimama wapi kuhusiana na ODM. Maana kuna wale wanaipaka mafuta. Orengo akaja kalimaliza kabisa kuliweka wazi, na pia juzi aliliweka wazi. Ndio maana likazuka hili kundi hafla la kina Wandai jana, likaingia huko kwa fujo. Tangia juzi hawapo, hakukuwa na kina Joho, hakukuwa na kina Wandai, hakukuwa na kina Paranya. Hili kundi liliingia pale Winnie alipozungumza kwamba tuchunge hii chama yetu sije ikamezwa, na hatutakubali kwamba chama hii imezwe. Jando walipurukupa, hasa wote wale circumference wanaabudu watu kwa ajili ya manufaa yao, na wanaongozwa na tamaa za tumbo lao, ambao wanasema ODM iko kwa serikali. Na wakati baba mwenyewe kwa kauli yake akasema sisi tuko kwa mkataba na huu mkataba ni mpaka 2027, lakini kule mbele maamuzi yetu ni maamuzi yetu wenyewe. Na kuna viongozi wamesimama kwa hili ambao ndo wanapigwa vita na hawa ambao wanaamini kwamba kama ni kuvurugika ODM wache vurugike, kwa sababu wanaoleta hapa vurugu ni hawa ambao wako ndani ya serikali kutetea mkate wao, kutetea maguri zile ambazo wanazipata upande huo, lakini vile vile pia kujaribu kuona kama Luo Nyanza wataweza kuwa backup ili kuweza kuwaganda tena, kwa kuweza kuonyeshea chambo kwa maneno mazuri kama yale, ili kusudi mwisho wa siku wajaribu ku maintain their position come 2027, angalau wapate kuhesabika, kwa sababu already hawatahesabika. Wanajua wazi, maana ukitazama historia zao hawa watu kuna probability either warudi ama wasirudi, na mara ya kutorudi basi ipo juu kimtazamo wangu, kwa sababu yale ambao wameweza kufanya kule. Kwa hivyo tusidanganywe hapa na wanasiasa ambao they are greedy. Hapa msimamo wa huyu msichana wa baba ndio msimamo ulio na Sifuna, ndio msimamo ulio na Orengo, ndio msimamo ulio na baadhi ambao wanasema hapana. Kwa hivyo cha msingi kama ni hivyo, mimi naona wale wanaona ODM iliachoka Broad-Based government, wacha wende ODM yao upande huu, lakini wananchi kwanza wahusishwe, wapewe nafasi ya kuweza kuchagua. Hata wakisema huu mfumo mzima tunabandika sisi, tuachieni tuchague sasa nani atakuwa kiongozi wa hiki chama, kwa sababu hiyo nalo lilinyimwa, halikufanyiwa mkakati, lilifanywa haraka mno. Huyu alikuwa acting, kwanza ashikilie, waingie kia county, wachukue maoni ya wananchi nani, na wapendekeze majina ya kiongozi ambaye mfano wangeweka hapo Baba Wino, wangeweka hapo Sifuna, wangeweka hapo Junet Mohamed, wananchi na mheshimiwa Oburu hapo, wananchi waamue sasa huyu tunataka ashikilie hiki chama. Basi hapo tungepata majibu mazuri, kwa sababu kibaya cha hili taifa ni kwamba viongozi ndio wanatupangia badala kwamba wananchi tupange kila vile ambavyo tunataka kuongozwa kutokana na shida ambazo zimekabili katika eneo husika. Kenya hii ni tunapangiwa huko tu, na tuamue kwamba sisi tunafuata tu vile ambavyo hawa wanataka, viongozi wanataka, jambo ambalo sometimes linatuumiza kama wananchi. Tunavumilia tu kwa sababu ile basi kwamba wao ndio wenye mamlaka bwana, lakini kwa kweli kuhusishwa kikamilifu katika masuala mazima na mchango wa hili taifa imekuwa ngumu mno. So to me, nikimalizia kwamba Winnie, she was right, and for those who wanasema sasa wacha turudi kwa wananchi, wacha iwe hivyo kuliko kumpisha mgeni ambaye anakuja speed na hana nia safi. Nia safi ni kuharibu chama, maana tayari chake kina yumba. Sasa kuna mahali ingine nitoa mfano ngasema, kuku akishatoa mayai visa, jamani, ana vituko. Akiona jirani kuna mwenzake pale, basi ataenda tena pale kwenda kujikurubisha hapo, na ukifanya mchezo basi watalalia wote hayo mayai, ili either watoe visa ama wagawe watoto. Lakini mwisho wa siku pia wakishatoa watoto huenda pia wakamenyana juu ya hao watoto, na ukifanya mchezo huyu mbaye ni mgeni alishaharibu mayai visa, ndio utakuta yuko mbele na hao watoto. Ukifanya mchezo huu mwingine atapigwa vita vikali, na atakuwa pia hao kuwasongelea hao watoto ni ngumu. Ndio haya tunashuhudia hapa.
Alright. Okay, asante kaka yangu kwa maoni yako. Hapa ni ndugu yetu at Midorush 76 anasema Broad-Based is there, Oburu is the ODM leader. This is democratic nation. Whoever is uncomfortable with that arrangement has the right to take his all away. That is true. But
hakuna mtu ambaye nimesoma hiyo comment, lakini hakuna mtu ambaye ana complain kuhusiana na Oburu Odinga. Kile kipo ni vita ambavyo vipo ni vya we are on broad-based government, na some wanasema we are not in broad-based government, we are in broad-based government kwa mkataba, but hiki ni chama huru kitajifanyia maamuzi, na hiyo ndio legacy baba ameacha. But hawa wengine they don't want to accept hiyo narrative kwamba baba alituacha na mkataba kwamba tuko mpaka 2027 na tutafanya maamuzi yetu. Hawataka kubali hivyo, na wanataka walazimishe, kwa sababu already wako kwa serikali, wanakula mshahara. Huyu kinajoa kina Wandai na wengine wanakula mshahara wao, wanatazama hapo badala ya kuangalia umuhimu wa chama, ukomavu wa chama, uungwaji mkono wa chama kitaifa. Sasa kinataka kuletwa kionekane Chaluo, huku ndiko kuuliwa chama, huku ndiko kumezwa chama. Kwa hivyo huyu kaka anayezungumza kwamba Oburu yupo, nani anampinga Oburu kwamba Oburu asiongoze? Yeye ni kiongozi, lakini je, mbona? Asante.
Asante. Hata mimi ningependa kumuuliza swali tu, kwa sababu kama mtu aridhishwi, ako na haki ya kutoka, lakini sasa unaangalia chama itakuwa na nguvu kama watu wanatoroka chama kwa sababu labda hao maviongozi wamekataa kusikilizana, kusema kwamba inafaa tuzungumze na kauli moja. Kama wanataka kuzungumza na kauli moja, waseme kwamba sisi tuko katika serikali ya muungano ama sisi hatumo ndani. Unaona, ndio sasa wakikuja hata siku moja mkitaka kuingia katika mazungumzo, mnaingia kama mko na nguvu, lakini kama hamna umoja, kila mtu anazungumza kivyake, inamaanisha inawacha chama inakuwa haina nguvu hata kidogo. Labda anaweza katusaidia Joseph. There's also something that I need to ask you, because you talked about the generational war or the political generations, that there are those who feel like it is that time of us that we should be leading. That is one of them. Then there's also what we call the identity crisis. That when we talk about identity crisis, for the last 20 years, there's something that we believe that ODM has always stood for. Yeah. And even you can recognize, or you can remember well, when the arrangement of the broad-based government was initiated or was done, so many people did not agree to it. It was not welcome as some of the handshake actually that Baba has always had, the one with the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President Moi, President Kibaki, and all that. This one was one of the unpopular decisions, especially working to come as a government. And now we have generational, whereby young people, we have also identity crisis, you know, with them. Yeah. Where is ODM going? Ikipasuka, what will happen?
Yes, thank you. I was keenly listening to the conversation, and I want to start it off with a question. What is broad-based? Because broad-based is not a party.
Yeah.
Broad-based is just a certain organization or something that they came up, a consensus that they are going to work together. But broad-based is not a political party. So anybody coming here to comment and saying that broad-based is there or is there, that is just an agreement, and it was signed by an MOU. But the party is ODM, and the other party is UDA. So those are the two parties. So is either ODM dies and they form a coalition of UDA and ODM, so that you can see it is one party, or is either UDA joins ODM and then they become one party. But saying it is a broad-based, there is no broad-based you take to the, maybe you say it is a coalition which will be called broad-based when we are going to the election, but it's not a party. And even if we have the coalition called broad-based, ODM needs to go there and fight for its members of parliament and campaign for its members of parliament. We had the likes of Akina Azimio. Yes. Azimio was a coalition, but it was not a political party. Yes. The political parties were ODM, Jubilee, and the other one, which was called DAP, and there were so many parties there. Even this one for PNU, there were so many parties there, and even NAC. So this is just like the same handshake we had. But what we'll do when we are going for elections, they need to either decide if they are going to go at it with the whole outfit of the broad-based as a coalition. But as of now, broad-based is not a political party. Okay. So I want to enter to the question you really asked about the young tax in the party. You know, it is very sad that some of the young politicians in ODM, they are feeling like their voice is not being heard. Mm-hmm. you could remember that during the time when Raila's body was supposed to be taken to Parliament buildings, when people had gone there and they said that they don't want to, they are not going to leave until they see Raila's body being brought to Parliament. You could see even they wanted to jump on or to the other side over the fence to Parliament buildings inside. And they had a very difficult time convincing them. You know, I saw all members of Parliament coming there. I saw the likes of Akina, Olekina, and I'm even wondering why is Olekina not even in the ODM at 20? You know, that one even is shocking to me because he's an undermanned party member of ODM. So I don't understand. But let me continue.
I did not see even Otiende Amolo. I don't know whether you saw him.
Even Kaluma is not there. Kaluma, the person who always gaslights.
Maybe he was not given opportunity to speak, but I saw one of.
Also, Moses Kajwang. Where is Moses Kajwang? You know, there's so many people I've not seen.
And Babu Owino, Sifuna had to call him, so that's the reason why he came.
Yeah, I think people don't want. Some people don't want to be treated to these wars. I think people want to stay out of these wars. They are trying to stay out of the crosshairs of these wars. So clearly, Babu Owino at that time is the only person that you could hear the youths chanting and saying, "We want Babu Owino to speak to us. Tunataka Babu akuje atuongeleshe." And when Babu went up there, they started seeding. They started seeding ground and they started saying, tutaskiza. We are going to listen to Taskiza Babu akiongea. So I think Babu Owino has felt afflicted by ODM because I think he has not been given the right place to speak. Yes, he has been given a chance to be an ODM candidate and everything. But I think they think Babu Owino as a reckless politician. And that is what I think they always view. They always view like Babu Owino is a reckless politician and they fear him so much. And it's not only Babu Owino. Now the problem is they go for everyone who is young. I think they are afraid of them because I heard even Sifuna saying there is another young guy who was called who. Kuna kijana aliita hapo akamuita, I'm forgetting the name. Yeah, Drogba. He called him Drogba. So I'm really wondering why are they not being given these chances? You know, even Kasamuel was brought there, and I don't understand. You know, when you want to bring, Brother Benson, we have these teams, the teams of football. When you see the team of football playing, they don't like to bring old players too much in the. They always buy new young players. Why do they buy new young players? Because that football club needs to have more and more of the people and running the club because it does not want to die with the old people. Hao watu wazee wakienda alafu they want to bring young people so that they can keep on the legacy of the club. So I think that is what happens to party. If you want a party to continue being forthright and upcoming and itakuwa strong, you need to bring young people. And I think that is what is happening in ODM. The old guard have refused to give chance to the new guard, to the new people.
Let me just ask you there, and maybe you can assist us and to understand, because and I want to bring this issue of the youths, especially when we talk about the leadership of the youths in this country, whereby the youth sometimes when they want to rise, they get suppressed or they get backlash, especially even from the youths themselves. You've spoken about Kasmuel Makoure, who is the president of the Youth League from ODM. I did not see him speaking anywhere. I did not see him speaking anywhere, though he attended the meeting, but I did not see media capturing where he is speaking, that is there. Look at Babu Owino, look at Caleb Amisi, Anthony Kibagendi. These are young people, I would say, that are in the party. But if you zoom it in or you zoom it out, majority of them were missing. But for Babu Owino especially, Sifuna said this, that you told me to call him, and I told him to come to Coast. and he came today. So which means from that statement alone, Babu Owino was not intending to attend the ODM at 20. If Edwin Sifuna could have not called him, so which means he could have not attended that.
And I think he had just come to gaslight, because he also, when he came, he was told by Sifuna, usijaribu kuchoma, you remember? But I think Babu is tired with ODM. I think Babu is just tired, because even in the last statement that you had saying, he said that hii labda ni mara yangu ya mwisho kuongea. So maybe, we don't know, maybe he's shutting his way forward without ODM. So maybe his people have told him, tunaona this party inakuumiza sana bwana, so we can try to forge other ways. You know, the problem is, let me tell you, brother Benson, unajua ninasikia watu tu wakisema broad base. You know, broad base entails so much things. It entails even you failing an election. You know why? Because I remember there was an organization called Azimio. Do you know what Azimio did in Nairobi? Why did Azimio not get the seat of Nairobi?
They
Because they
negotiated.
failed. They started negotiations. And they started the negotiations. When they started the negotiations, the candidate, because they were supposed to give it to Tim Wanyonyi. You remember they were to give it to Tim Wanyonyi from ODM.
Yeah.
But because Jubilee was trying to do its underground work there, and they gave it to one guy called Polycarp Igathe. And brother, I'm telling you, that one is the one that made the election to be lost by Azimio in Nairobi.
But I think for Nairobi, what they were doing, sorry to cut you off, what they were doing was they were looking at it this way. They were saying, okay, the ODM, when they I mean, like the Jubilee merged with ODM. So this is the arrangement. To me, this is what I think. They said, okay, the presidency, we are going to give it to the ODM. Then for the governorship of Nairobi, we are giving it to Jubilee. So that's how it was negotiated.
Yeah. And that's why I was coming to tell you. You see, I'm going to prophesy to you one more thing. If Nairobi, they are going to do that, Babu Owino is going to take that governor's seat. And they are not going to like it, because that negotiation does not, you know why they negotiated, you know, in Nairobi, you always see that there is so many tribes in Nairobi. And the major ones we know are the Luya, the Luo are there, and the Kamba and the Kikuyu. Those ones are the ones which dominate the politics of Nairobi. And you can clearly see when the UDA candidate came, he got even votes from the people from the Luya community. So if it was Tim Wanyonyi, I could have given it a race for the money. Because Igathe was not bringing any votes to Azimio, because the people in Nairobi had decided not to vote for Azimio candidate. They had said they are going to vote for the Kikuyu in Nairobi. They had decided to vote for UDA. So I think there was no any interest with Igathe standing, because he did not for contesting, because he did not have even the majority of the support. And I'm telling you, if that is going to happen in Nairobi, I'm telling you, Babu Owino is going to get a lot of votes, because Babu Owino is being supported by a lot of people. I have gone across board and I'm seeing he's being supported by people across board. But if they try that, it's okay. We'll see. You know, we'll be here. It's only 1 year remaining. Go next year.
Well, let me tell you one thing. There are two positions in this country, or two places in this country that, to me, if I'm accorded opportunity, even if I'm given for free, those are two positions that I would not take. The position of deputy president, as the current political terrain of Kenya, that is a position that, to me, I would not take it. Another position that I will not take is Nairobi governorship. I'm telling you. And the reason why I'm telling you that Nairobi is so much complicated in a way, and the only person who can, the people who can survive Nairobi politics, if it is given the national government, you have the president, because, like, remember, you're being voted all over the country. That one will save you, because I crisscross that city some 2 weeks ago. even from my own, I'd say that with all, maybe somebody who thinks like I'm a manager and I look at it, I say that this is chaotic. Chaotic in a way that, no, that is something that I would advise anybody, that to go for Nairobi gubernatorial seat, kama unataka your political career to die, then go and win in Nairobi.
But I don't think it is, Brother Benson. I don't think it is such a very bad seat for you to go to. I think Sonko, what happened to Sonko? Sonko was very good ideally, and Sonko had support all in all board. I think Sonko, what he lacked the management caliber of him. But in politics, Sonko was very good within politics in Nairobi. The only thing he lacked was management IQ.
Joseph, let me tell you, I look at Nairobi like this. Now,
Brother Benson, stop being afraid of Nairobi. I told you, even deputy. Deputy is a very good position. The only thing you need to do as a deputy, make sure you have your own party before you make any negotiations.
That is, you see, you know, when now you are going to have a position with something that you are holding, not as to deliver services to protect you, then that is not going to be a very easy thing. And the reason why I'm telling you about Nairobi, I was just seated somewhere and I saw the way the traffic and even how the drop-offs and how the, let's say like hizo manganya zinaingia tao. Nikasema hapa ukuje useme tu nataka kuclean tao, haya hizi magari zisiingie. It needs a elaborate plan, and it needs a way that, okay, how can you think of how can we start creating subways? Because let me tell you, the very moment you want to say that, okay, for instance, there's this plan that kuna venye magari zisiingie tao, you know, before you think of that, yeah, you have to first of all put in place how are the commuters going to move from the drop-off where they're being dropped from the estate to the CBD. How are you going to do that?
But brother, don't you see that one is going to happen? Because that one is still going to happen. Before we reach 2040, it's going to happen. People are not going to, the matatus are not going to be good. You know what will truly happen is, I've seen a program that they are trying to do. You see, when they created those, there's a tunnel they are creating in the underground. You remember that tunnel?
Yep.
There's a tunnel they are creating in Haile Selassie there. There's a tunnel they are creating. Do you know that tunnel goes to Green Park Terminus? Uhuru and NMS had a very good plan. Initially, the issue that brought this plan at a halt is they never had a plan of how people will come from the Green Park Terminus or the terminus that was being created in Ngara to Nairobi. That was the issue. Yes. And I think the thing they could have done, it was very easy, but they did not take that chance. They could have taken a chance of, you see the railway. What? You see the railway? The railway. It was very easy. The railway which is there in upper, you know, Gong course. You know, golf course. Upper Yangong. See, the railway is in the other side. What they could have done, they could have clearly tried to build a center there. Gari zinaenda zinadropia huko, watu wanabebwa na reli. It could have been very easy for you to transport people to the CBD using the rail, because ni dakikoni nika distance kangapi? It's very short. Yeah. Now they could have had buses. Buses coming to Nairobi terminus. But you know the buses, why I was refusing about the buses. The rail is much better than the buses, because the rail can carry almost one hiyo cottage moja. Juni kuingisha tu Nairobi is a distance of only 10 minutes. Kuingisha Nairobi, it can take only, one cottage can take 100 people. The other cottage can take 100 people. It was much easier than a bus, because a bus itabeba watu 50. So itabidi basi ingine. But if we wanted good, if we had the BRT system, I think these things could have been done calculatively together, like the way TZ is.
Let me tell you. Let's say like we are doing the subway, and you want to look at distance from the you want to look at the distance from what the park you're talking about.
Green Park terminus, the one which is, Safari Park, Safari Park. Just there, it is there. When you're in Green Park, you can see Safari Park and Uhuru Park.
And you have to find a way, because like if you're looking at if everybody's going to be dropped, and you have to look at how many trips will this train make, especially to make sure that the people that you're transporting, because like look at the population that is working within town. How many are they? And how many trains are you going to employ to do that? It needs, that's why I was telling you, if you look at areas whereby subways have worked, you find that subways are working whereby the distance that is covered is a very long distance. Let's say, like for instance, like it should come from that, go all the way to Westlands. Like the nearing, I would say the nearing estates that borders.
But Brother Benson, you know what is happening to Nairobi is one thing. There was no planning in Nairobi, because I can clearly tell you the train that goes from Kikuyu to Nairobi goes only once in the morning.
Yeah.
And then it goes once in the evening. Why don't we have a train? Because they shifted the other one to the SGR. They shifted the cargo to the SGR. They left the MGR. Why did they not use that plan to be having a train that can be traveling within these distances? And it could be covering even for the people who are taking transport for the matatus. I'm telling you, it could have been a very easy game.
And look at, and that's why, Joseph, look at, go now. I don't know whether you've gone to Kariakor market there, especially when you're coming from the country bus down there. Yeah, let's see what Father Danny is saying. Father Danny says something here. There was an existing city plan which was never followed due to greed. So that greed, that is what I'm talking about, that even if you're a governor and you want to implement, they tell you, Nairobi, let me give you then something that really did not even happen, even with Kisumu. There was a time Kisumu also had the same plans, whereby the vehicles that were, I think the vehicles that were coming, especially those who are coming from those sides of Siaya, Maseno, and all that, they were supposed not to reach the town. Yeah. And there were those who were coming side of Migori were supposed to reach somewhere in Nyamasari. I think there were like the 3 locations whereby the people would be dropped. Then from there, the bus could pick you and bring you to the city and bring you back. In such a small town, it did not work. Because first of all, it depends with the will of the people. Do the people who you are doing for this understand that this one should be done? Even the people who voted for you, are they understanding? I
think, Brother Benson, what I do, I agree with you. Nairobi, what I agree, I don't agree about governorship, but I agree about Nairobi. Nairobi should not be managed by county governments. Yeah. Nairobi should be managed by a more powerful individual. And I think the only powerful individual who can manage, it's who? Only the Kenya Army. It's only the KDF who can manage Nairobi. And we have seen what work they did. And I'm telling you, if they could have finished these projects, Nairobi system could have been working by now. Because I have seen, Brother Benson, we are talking about system not working. Do you know in Mombasa right now, they built they finished the SGR, the rail the commuter rail from SGR Mombasa to Mombasa City. Now people don't need to take the vehicles before they were taken to Mombasa. Now they are taking the MGR to Mombasa City.
That was done by the national government or the county?
The national government. And it's working. That's why I'm telling you, Nairobi as a capital city, these cities, you see these cities, I think these cities, we did a very big problem in having them being managed by counties. I think the cities could have been managed by a certain organization, which is a metropolitan for all the cities that are there, because all the cities are passing through the major issues about congestion in the city. If you go to Eldoret, Brother Benson, it's the same issue. You see trucks that are lined up in the city. You cannot even find a place to pass through. So I think I think that is the issue. But I saw there is a plan they were to come up with from the Britain that they are going to build a subway system. Did you see that subway system? It's a subway city. It is being called Rail City or Nairobi Rail City, or is it called what? I had seen that planning.
Inajengwa wapi?
They want to build it in the land of unaona ile side ya railway that side, and I think they wanted to have subways which are going to run down. I did not get the actual thing, but what I believed, Brother Benson, you see, if we have a system of the rail functioning together with the transport system, Nairobi could truly be decongested. Because how many people do you think goes with the train in the morning, Brother Benson? You know, me, I was going with that train. How many people go with the train from Kikuyu to Nairobi?
So many of them. And
so many.
Look at, I can give you a typical example, especially when you go to New York. When you go to New York and you go into subway, wale watu utakutana na huko chini, ndio utadhani kila mtu amehamia huko chini, which means it serves a lot of people and it is easy and convenient. Yeah, it is easy and convenient, you know.
Yeah.
But what happens is that it with all this, and I agree with what Danny is saying, what will make this one work is about, one, the leadership. Two is the people that you are leading. Three is the people that are living around that area who see the effects. Even, you know, there's something here that people, one of the CS for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta read it somewhere. And sometimes when this guy was
which CS, the transport one?
Yeah, that's what's talking about the railway for Malaba, that the railway should not be built from Kisumu to Malaba. And that one should be left to do the roads. Because if you build that one to Malaba, it's not going to create more impact in Kisumu. I don't know. I will get that. And let me see. There's something.
But how can he say it will not create impact to Kisumu? No, I don't understand. There's some things that.
Let me look for it. I'll look for it.
Because I think if a railway is built from Naivasha to Kisumu, it will create too much. Leave even about. It's called what? About kubeba mizigo. Even people.
No, leave. I'll tell you. In terms of creating to be economic hub, let me look that one for you, my brother. You know, sometimes I get this and look and.
Who was saying that? Mwangi?
Wait.
That guy Mwangi?
I'll give you. I don't know, where did I read that? It was called who? There's a post that a tweet that he did. I'm loose. I don't know whether Father Danny can help, but there's a tweet. He really.
Maybe Mwangi. Can you check? Maybe Mwangi, because the transport CS was called Mwangi.
It was not CS. It was the CS.
CS for transport.
During the time that they were building the Kisumu
MGR. Because the Kisumu MGR was built in the time of it was refurbished the time of Uhuru.
Let me just check somewhere. Yeah, I'm starting to look for that post.
I think Father Danny should help us also. I see him there. Can help us to with them. Because I see him, he likes to. He's always have good memory.
I don't know where I read it, but I'll look it for you. Just don't worry.
But how can a whole CS say that the Kisumu
No,
that the Naivasha Kisumu Malaba railway cannot be an impact?
let me just get it so we can read the facts well, so that I cannot miss giving false facts. But there's something that I want to explain from there that made some sense if I'm looking at it economically. I don't know who I read it from, but I'm still looking at it, and if I get it, I will share it with you. This guy who has always been very vocal, I'm just forgetting it. If I remember his name, I will. Well, let me. If I get it, I will share it with you. But it's something that I will tell you.
I think Father Dan is telling you maybe Moses Kuria.
No, during Uhuru's time. During Uhuru's time.
How was he? He was short guy or what?
It was
old guy.
It was Uhuru's time. Let me just give me time.
Let me check first.
There was a post that he made. There was a post that he made. I'm still looking for it. There's a post that he made, and this post was pulled by one of the bloggers for. If I can remember the name of that blogger, I tell you. Okay, I will give you, and the way it was big on how can we create Kisumu to become a hub, especially how can the railway transport.
Father Dan, I think today he has drunk.
But huyo mtu mwenye amesema pia, wacha. Let me.
So what was the comment about Brother Benson? Because we are going to find the person. What was he saying?
Let me. It is somebody. Okay, I think we are added there. We are added there.
I appreciate Father Dan today. I think he's not in mass. Today he has joined us. I enjoyed.
So this is what he said. He was called Irungu
Nyakera. Irungu Nyakera, I know him.
So
he's now even supporting. He wants to become the governor for Nairobi.
So he was talking about, as a former PS who oversaw the Nairobi Naivasha SGR and chaired the PSS for the Northern Corridor, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and South Sudan. I advised the President Uhuru Kenyatta against Kenya funding the SGR from Kisumu to Malaba. You hear that? While this leg, while this leg would support regional trade, it offers little strategy or economic value to Kenya, as its primary beneficiary are our neighbors. Instead, we propose a construction of Kenya of US $140 million, which is translated to Kenya shillings 20 billion modern port in Kisumu, with Uganda developing a complementary facility in Entebbe. This would allow goods destined to Uganda and beyond to be moved efficiently via lake. You know, I still urge the current, you see that, I still urge the current administration to reconsider pouring Kenya shillings 123 billion into a railway that adds minimal value locally rather than actualize the port with a far greater potential to unlock trade, boost local economies, and serve Kenya's regional interest.
Yes, what I can take from his speech is only one thing. What he has said there is total bullshit. But what I can try to take from his speech is one thing. The money that is going to be used for this SGR from Naivasha to Mombasa to Kisumu to Malaba, that is going to determine so much of what his statement is all about. Because you cannot be having another SGR which is going to take us around almost another money like the one we were used for from Nairobi to from Mombasa to Nairobi. If we are going to use that kind of money, brother, I think we are doing such a loss, because
this is
you can build this SGR from there.
This is what was happening. The way he was looking at it, he was looking at how, especially to make the port of Kisumu, especially to be more efficient and to be like economic hub.
Yeah, that's why I was telling you, brother Benson. There is a way. By the way, he has a point, but not a good point. But he has a small point. You know why? Because if you look at the money that is going to be used to build this SGR,
yeah,
we need to build a port in Mombasa.
No,
in Kisumu, I mean. Can it build a port in Kisumu and build a road to Kisumu?
Remember, this was then. Yeah,
that was then, and he's still advising the government now. The government which is now.
So he was advising the government that the money, and the reason why he was advising the government, remember, immediately after the handshake, remember there was a time the president and the Right Honorable Prime Minister went to China. Remember those? And there was a train, a SGR that was supposed to run all the way to Malaba. You know, so what he was saying is that to make it viable economically, especially for Kisumu, yeah, and Kenya to get more revenue, that they should only do up to Kisumu. That is
they do the SGR to Kisumu.
Yes. So what happens that in terms of cargo and everything, they will all, the Tanzania and all those, the neighbors will have to get it from Kisumu.
It's an idea. It's not a bad idea, by the way. I've seen it.
Yeah.
So, I was thinking he's saying the railway not to be built to Kisumu. Oh, now I get his points. Okay, yeah, it's an idea, but there is a very good idea, because let me tell you, brother Benson, the SGR will be built to where? Where does the SGR stop? Will it stop? It will stop in the Kisumu station, or where will it stop? No, the SGR need to be stopped to the Kisumu port.
Yes. When
it is stopped, you know, let me tell you, he has an idea, because let me tell you, he has an idea. You know, when they brought the SGR, SGR did not pass in the same meter gauge railway, MGR, where it passed. You know, the hub that is called ICD, not ICD. What do we call it? This hub that is always there in, what do we call it? ICD, it's ICD or something. There is a place where they take the cargo. There is a place in Nairobi they take the cargo when it comes from Mombasa. The depot, which looks like Naivasha.
I know this. I know it when this.
You know that thing has really revolutionized that area.
Yes.
Because of what is happening there. You know how much employment that people have received in that area? Because of just that region of where they're coming to take their cargo, the cargo which is being split from going to other areas, the one which is being packed again to be transported back to go to Naivasha. Do you know how Naivasha has grown, brother Benson? Naivasha has grown because of that SG. You see that SGR which was built there, the place that they took the SGR where it ended. It has really made Naivasha to grow. And if you are going to check at Naivasha now, Naivasha is growing at a very great rate. So I think if they are going to continue this railway station to Kisumu, yeah, the port.
Let's see
They need to leave it at the port. Huh?
So if they were to do rail to Malaba, it would have helped to develop a dry port for Uganda cargo. You know,
yeah,
so
but you know, when they do that, there's two things that are going to happen, Brother Benson. Because the railway will not be passing through the port. The railway will be passing through the border.
Yeah.
It needs to pass through the border because the railway cannot pass through water. It will pass through the border. So when it passes through the border, it means the port will be rendered useless. Because you'll be transporting your things through the railway. No need to transport your things through the port. Because right now they reach to the port, they are taken with maybe if you use the trailers, but sometimes when you reach the port, it's much easier to transport maybe with the ferries and something to the air. I don't know how they do it there, but I'm seeing it is going to take all the businesses from the port.
So this is this is what he was saying. But if you look at it, it is a good idea to have railway until that Malaba. But in terms of economic value, it will have less economic value to Kisumu because the people who will be benefiting more will be the neighbor.
It's Uganda.
It's
true, it's Uganda. It's true. I agree with this. What I did not get, what I was thinking, his comment was saying that we don't build an SGR from Naivasha to Kisumu. That is what I was thinking. But also, we are not supposed to be concerned with what Uganda is supposed to do, Brother Benson. Uganda should be concerned with what they are going to do in their area. If they want to extend this railway, they need to take money to extend it for themselves. We are not supposed to be taking money to extend the railway to Uganda to Malaba. That is not the railway is supposed to stop at Kisumu. So after it can decide if you're going to take this one to the port, Brother Benson, hawezi kukataza watu wa Uganda wa extend railway yao kutoka wapi.
What was happening is this: the very moment now you bring it.
Brother Nini. Sorry, brother. Nani, brother Dana na kujibu. Sorry, he's connected me. Sorry. Then he has corrected. He was saying what will be used for Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, and others.
Yeah. So you see, what is going to happen is that if it reaches,
but Malaba is in the border, isn't your Brother Benson?
Yes. So what we were looking at, because the port of Kisumu was being developed, So when you're developing that port, which means if you create that railway, which means the port will have no value. Are you getting the point? Because why then should you develop port, then again you create the railway? So which means majority of the goods will be moving. So it will be of no value, especially to...
I have a question, Brother Benson.
Yeah.
Why do you think the SGR was created very far from Nairobi, Mombasa City? The SGR station. Why was it created? Because initially, if we could have thought of it, they could have taken the SGR to Mombasa County City. They could have built why did they not build it there, near there?
That's what I don't know.
Because I think they are always checking on the people, these guys, if you hear them, Akina Nyakera, they are people who give advice to the president. He's not just a PS for something. He was a PS for, I think, transport. They don't give just the president just wewe enda tu tujenge tu tufanye. There is so much planning that is done even by the advisors that's why you hear Ruto has almost 22 advisors. There's planning that is always done. And you see, if they could have built this one, the SGR to Mombasa, it means the MGR ingekufa kabisa completely. MGR, what could have been its work? Now, I told you a case where a train is dropping people at SGR.
Yeah.
Then it is taking people to Mombasa City. You know how much people are paying for that train?
How much?
They're paying 50 bob. 50 shillings for the train from SGR to Mombasa. Do you know how much was the taxi from SGR to Mombasa?
How much?
It was around 800, no? They were using around, they were charging 500, 800. So what they initially thought is when we do this SGR to the nini, obviously hata itakuwa ikileta mambo, but congestion haingekuwa because unajua ni train. So mkifika kule tu mnaenda decisions zenyu. But I think they thought sasa hata tukifanya hivi sitaharibia hata wale watu wanafanya biashara hapa. But after they came and thought tunaharibia biashara na sisi bado tunapoteza. So kwa nini tusijenge MGR ipeleke watu mpaka Mombasa hiyo pesa?
Let me Douglas Kipokong saying, but the railway is also helpful for the passengers to issue of to passengers. The issue of traffic jams on the road will be.
But that one is not about traffic jam. About from Naivasha to Malaba is not about traffic jam.
Because
that si mambo na traffic jam. Juu ya barabara ya highway hakuna traffic jam. So
the main reason why he was advising, remember what was happening. The port was being developed. There's a lot of money that was put in the port. Yeah, and the main issue was that if the cargo comes, especially the ones that are going to our neighbors, when they come, they will be dropped at the port. And what will be the next destination? The next destination, they will be using the water to transport them. You see that? So the very moment you've developed the port, yeah, the modern port, then again, you bring in the railway. It means the port will be of no use, and the people that will be benefiting are the people, our neighbors, because first of all, the train is quite much faster as compared to the sea. It's going to be even cheaper. Yeah.
And then, Brother Benson, let me ask you a question, because you're saying a very good point, but I'm asking, when we built a railway from Naivasha to Malaba, do you know we need to build a container depot in Malaba?
Yes.
Because you cannot just build a railway station, then you leave it at the railway station. You need to build. That's why I told you. I came to the question of, do you know why that container depot in Nairobi is really growing? Do you know why the container depot in Naivasha is really growing? But it's it's understandable that you can have. In between, you can have a place where you have a middle between, a middle go like Naivasha, where you can be able to distribute. Maybe there's things which need to be distributed to go to other regions, another region. You know, ikifika hapo kuna watu wanataka kuchukua kago yao to many areas. Ndio, from there they can transport using the trucks. But if you continue to transport your items, you need, ukifika pale Malaba pale tu, juu kuna items zinaenda to. You know, even you're forgetting one thing, Brother Benson. Umesema kuhusu water. Do you know there's people who use the Malaba route by trucks, trailers, na trucks? Yes. Is it? So if they are going to build a container depot in Kisumu, pale kwa station pale ile station watengeneza ya Kisumu, the trucks are going to be picking their mizigo from the port ya Kisumu. Then they are going to be taking it direct to either Malaba ama zingine zinatumia the sea. So that port ya Mombasa will not be rendered useless. But if you say you're going to go straight to Malaba, inamaanisha to build a dry port as Father Dan is saying, is to Malaba. It means that.
Which is true, but immediately you build that dry port in Malaba, the way it is. But remember, the main aim is that you want to serve your neighbors. So which means the money that you are putting on the port, if you are renovating or constructing a new port, yeah, and at the same time you are constructing another dry port in Malaba, which means it will not have economic effect, especially in Kisumu, because every.
That's not the truth, Brother Benson. It will kill Kisumu town,
and that's why he was advising that it should only be up to Kisumu. Then we forget about the one for
Malaba. They can use several routes. They can use even trucks. Trucks, even they are advisable. Well, they can. See, Uganda, they are taking their goods from the port in Kisumu. They can. It has been brought. By the way, it's a good idea. Leo imeletwa mpaka Kisumu. Kwa hivyo your things have been safe from Mombasa to Kisumu. So you can take with your trucks from, and there is no at that point of nini, hakuna mambo ya ati kutakuwa na accidents ama kutakuwa na jam ama vitu zako zita delay. It will be very seamless. Then you forget about one thing, Brother Benson. You forget that our borders are very skanky. Our borders are very skanky. So, and you know why? You know what happens in our borders. Some corruption, what is happening so much in there. So, imagine we have a dry port in Maraba. Na hapo ndipo vitu afadhali tukue na moja pale kwa bandarini pale hapo hata zitakuwa na watu wengine, utapata mpaka kuna wale navi wamewekwa pale, they are stationed there. Angalau utakuwa na wizi mkubwa kuliko ile itakuwa kwa port. Those are too many ideas, but I saw a question Brother Dan was asking there. He was asking why is Western Kenya not viable economically. I think Western Kenya is not viable economically because also infrastructure has not been placed well in Western Kenya. Infrastructure is a major issue in Western, as is the same from the other regions that are. Unajua barabara they are saying they are supposed to build.
Look at what that Father Dan is telling you. That is corruption talking.
Yeah, I know. In Malaba itakuwa corruption full. I know it will be a blunder. Lakini they decide, Brother Benson, we can talk, but I know the government will take it to Malaba. I know. Even if watafanya, they don't listen to advice. So I was saying about Western. Western, the thing that is making it, I think infrastructure is a major headache in Western. Because, I was hoping a way we could have a road, a road that could run to Western Kenya, which is very barabara yenyewe imetengenezwa a highway, a modern highway. Unajua these cities are, because I can assure you of Mount Kenya has really opened up. Ukienda Mount Kenya to Isiolo has really opened up because of that road. You see that dual carriage road that was built by Uhuru, it really opened up these places, and I can assure you they have really grown. Even mimi niko na kapahali, niko na kashamba kidogo pale nakwambia ni wapi pesa kidogo, but right now I can tell you, brother, the value of the market of those things, they are price rocketing. So I think that is what did not open. I think for a long time Western Kenya has had an issue of infrastructure and modeling of how they could nini. Unajua mpaka hao wenyewe Kakamega was supposed to be very far. I think Kakamega could be a city by now.
Yeah, Kakamega should be like one of the biggest. But if you go, even if you go to Mbale is Mbale si kubwa sana. By the way, Mbale si kubwa. Si town nyingine ambapo naweza sema ni kubwa sana. I've been to Mbale. Then hata pali Kakamega at least, Bungoma pia. Pali ambao sijawahi enda ni Trans Nzoia. Nishawahi enda Kitale. Kitale mimi nimefika. Kitale I've gone. Kitale. And that time it was the olden time, but it was nice. Kitale ilikuwa mzuri. The weather also there is. And I went to a place called Mudete. Somebody Mudete huko, ukienda huko ukipita huko na Bungoma ukiingia na huko hivyo ndani. Lakini people say, Brother Benson, that devolution did not bring any change. Devolution has brought a lot of change. I always appreciate. Me sipendai devolution. Obviously Kenya kuna corruption, itakuwa everywhere. But devolution brought a great change that I've never seen in the country. Because if you go to these counties, the cities that are popping up, brother, I wish, Kirinyaga, you could take it as maybe Waiguru corruption, everything you'd say like that. But let me tell you, Kirinyaga has really grown. Kirinyaga had only, I think, two very, very major towns now. They had only they had three, because Sagana was there, and maybe Kagio, and maybe Kirogoya.
But you know, now they have even kutus is growing. The towns are really growing, my friend. I've traveled there because I live amongst those areas. I can tell you that devolution is really working. If you let it to work, it's going to work for you. But if you have a governor who is not working for you guys, that's why you are told you elect people with elect people who, even if they are going to steal, brother, elect people who are going to do something for you, because nobody is not hakuna mtu clean hivyo. Kila mtu atakuja tu pale akitaka tu kuiba, but just elect somebody who has thinking capacity. He's going to take you places, hata kama pesa zitapotea, lakini utakuwa unasema yenyewe huyu jamaa hata kama alituosha kidogo ametengeneza. We have examples of those counties. Just go to Wamatangi there, he can tell you they are growing.
Matangi. Look at what Father Danny is saying, that we need freeway to Western Kenya, not till way.
Not all.
Not all.
Not all. Yeah.
Why do we have freeways to Central Kenya? Why the large part of Kenya is ignored? I have lived in those areas, Mudete, production.
Yeah.
Ambia maviongozi wao wanafanya nini?
But wameambiwa kuna highway inakuja 8 shillings. Umesikia hiyo highway? 8 shillings per kilometer.
Unalipa?
Kutoka where? Kutoka Limuru. You know it is duo. The road is duo till Limuru. So from Limuru you need to take another. Now is where it becomes that kabarabara you always see. So they are going to build a road from Limuru to Uko, ifike kule mbele, Kisumu. So I think it is going to be duo, but lazima. I think Nakuru. I think they were saying to Nakuru, yeah, they need to be, but utaku kilipa 8 bob per kilometer.
You see what usually happens in the
brother, ambia Father Dan Kaisari apewe yake.
Wewe hiyo gari yako nitashikwa, kosa kulipa, hiyo gari itashikwa. Ama wewe ungoje upatiwe ride ndio sasa usilipe. Ngoja tu ukinipata nikienda huko na Dia Benson habari, unipatie ride, mimi naenda ndio mimi nilipe kama hutaki kulipa. Lakini kama unaendesha hiyo gari yako itabidi ulipe. You see what happens is this, especially in some areas, whereby if you know that you are maintaining the roads well, when you let's say like when you're living, you're crossing border from Nakuru County and you're getting to Nandi or Kericho County, then this a levy that you have to pay, and that is understandable, you know. But let's say like in one way you want to do like 8 kilometers, but you are still in Nakuru County. How do you pay twice and you're in Nakuru County? It doesn't make sense to me.
Now the issue is, Brother Benson, it's okay. They'll build that road, but the only thing they need to do, they cannot refuse to remove the itaguaje. They need to use the other option. Kama unatengenezea watu option ya kulipa toll, lazima uachie watu hii barabara wanatumia, because not everybody has the privilege of paying that money.
Yeah.
So they need to live. So I think it's also a good issue. Kama wataleta hiyo barabara bila wanataka kujenga. Unajua wanasema ni PPP. Brother, unajua PPP zimekuwa Kenya sana. Hizi vitu ni mzuri lakini zinanistua sana. Hizi PPP they are good, but they are making me so much zinafanya naogopa sana, because we are losing our country saying ni PPP. Because what if we forfeit and are not able to pay these things?
You know, when you look at what has been happening, especially, you will see it during these festive seasons, especially those who are going to Western Kenya. They will end up spending 2 days in the highway kwa sababu magari wamekuwa kichwa ngumu, wanataka kupitia one way. You end up spending 2 days. So at least if that one can take place, it can ease the transport even during the festive seasons. We don't have to sleep on the road like 2 days. Labda kuna gari imekwama. There was a time I was coming from Nairobi to I was going to, and sijui hii basi ikasema kwamba inataka kupitia Kinangop, sijui tunaingia wapi. Tukakwama, tuliingia hapo Kinangop, sijui vichochoro, tukakwama, mvua ilikuwa imenyesha. Tukakwama na tulitoka Nairobi saa 3 usiku. Mimi nakwambia unajua up of 5 the following day in the evening.
But I think it's a good decision to get a road for a toll road is a good decision.
Yeah.
So that it can ease the pressure on the other road. But they need to have 2 options. They need to leave that road, and then they have to build one which is ukisikia utataka kwenda na nini. And I know Kenyans are going to pay. Sasa kama unajua matatu itakwambia, Brother Benson, kuna matatu itakuja ikwambie, mimi nasikia wewe unataka kutumia toll road, lakini kama unataka kutumia toll road tutakuongezea 500 juu. Uko sawa?
Let me
mimi nitakuwa sawa, nitalipa 500. You see?
There was the 2 weeks ago, like I was just in time, and while kumenyesha, and I was headed to airport. Nilikuwa na kitu naenda kuchukua airport. Nikasema hii nikiweka na hii jam tuingie expressway. Nakwambia, wale wako na pesa wanasikia vizuri bwana.
I tell you, it helps.
Actually, I made it before time, you know.
So it will help certain individuals. If you don't feel you have the money, if you feel you have the weight, unajua si kila mtu akona haraka. Some people have the weight to wait. Kuna wengine wanataka kutransport hawa watu. Then ikikuwa ina dual lane, unajua pia itakuwa imeease traffic kwa ile side nyingine. Naona Father Dan anakasirika sana, anauliza kwa nini Father Dan akona makasiriko, anasema mbona hatulipi kwenda Embu. So I think that was not too much kilometers. Kwenda Embu from Nairobi is around what, 120? But I think from but I think the road is built, Brother Benson. Hiyo barabara imejengwa, si imefika Limuru. So it's from Limuru to Nakuru. Then they can start another one from Nakuru to all these parts, because they're building on that highway in Nakuru. Then there is that one they are building in Mombasa. Hata hiyo mtakuwa mkilipa shilingi 10. So
tutalipa bwana.
Ni nani atasikia vizuri. But the idea of Nairobi, Brother Benson, we are going to vote, but I think it should go for what I had told you, NMS or some kind of military action.
That is, I don't mind, but to any politician who wants to, if you feel that you want to retire from politics early enough, go and vie in Nairobi and win the governorship, then you will retire enough. Because, and another thing also that plays part, especially in Nairobi, you know, our politics is usually transactional. And this impeachment, you know, the MCAs, the impeachment is like, we provided that maybe you've disagreed with them, we are going to impeach you. Did you know there was a time, I don't know it was which speaker, it was speaker for Migori, Samia, I don't know whether it is this year, I think it's just this, if not this year, maybe last year. He presided, he transacted the business of the day in the morning. In the afternoon when he came, he was being impeached, and he was impeached, and that's how.
Yeah, if there is a work which is always very dangerous, you're talking the right, the work for speaker. First in these counties, my friend, it is always very hard. Kama utasikiza vile wanasema utakuwa umetoka by jioni, and there is nothing you'll do about it.
and even for the governors, you know, especially for governor like the place like Nairobi, if it was not for Baba, Sakaja could have gone. He could have been forgone case, and that could be the end of his political career. You are impeached.
But I can agree with you of certain one thing, Brother Benson. Nairobi politics is very lethal and very hard, because even you have seen nobody has gone for 2 terms.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Nobody. Even Kidero tried. He akashindwa. We had the likes of Sonko. Sonko ama ilikuwa ni nani? Nani alikuja mbele yake? Sonko?
Kuna it was Kidero, Sonko. Sonko akaenda Ann Kananu, but Ann Kananu alikuwa naye benye akuvai.
And then we had the Buddy. Then now we have Sakaja, and I think so Nairobi means it has almost 5 governors now.
you see how Buddy worked. Even if those people were making a lot of noise, he did not care, because he's not politically it was not a political office. It was appointment that was done by the president. So especially if it's somebody who is not politically aligned, that you're working on a professional basis, that nowhere they're going to impeach you. You decide on what to do. That one can work. But hii mambo ya ambapo uko na nini, unaweza Babu watu wanaweza mpenda, and if to say Babu can be elected in Nairobi, that is something that is possible. But my fear,
not even be elected, Babu will win that seat, but I'm afraid his political career will be on the line.
Yeah, he will
win that seat
if he wins. And remember, our politics, as I always told you, when you look at even how they wanted to impeach that governor, was it Garissa, whereby they did not even have a sitting. People just sit somewhere and they wrote those and they bring it to the Senate. Somebody can just wake up and bring about 10 charges. They give you 10 charges out of 10, and they agree as members of county assembly that we are going only to agree on one.
And there is so much dynamics, Brother Benson. You talked only about transport industry. Do you know even garbage collection is a headache in Nairobi? Because the government want to be in charge of garbage collection. Garbage collection is money.
Yeah.
Garbage waste is money. And you find them, they involve themselves in that business. So when as a governor, you refuse the government to be involved in that, it tends to be very rough for you. You rough the feathers which are not, which people don't like. And then the government starts plotting a plot for you, Wanguke. In other plot.
Look at what Father Dan is saying, the same thing that we are saying. So if Babu is becoming a governor and will be retired from politics after.
Yeah, he has also said something else. Let Babu remain MP, otherwise he will retire soon.
Yeah. This is because of Nairobi politics, especially the Nairobi. For those who have, you see, look at even what Tim Wanyonyi saw. Why do you think Tim Wanyonyi had to go to Bungoma? Why?
Tim Wanyonyi ilibidi atumwe ushago.
Ameenda ushago.
Nairobi.
Why?
Nairobi ni kunoma bwana. Nairobi is not ni shamba la mawe. They say shamba.
Mimi nakwambia nilikaa mahali nikaangalia ni Nairobi na nikatembea nikatokea huko ukitokea huko kwanza ukitokea Bahama kuja tu Bahama ukuje hapa country bus hii hapa chini upande ukuje hapa Kariakoo kuja tu CBD uone magari unakwambia land gani unataka kutoa watu ambao hizi imekuwa hapa karibu almost more than 10 good years. You want to change it with one day. Haya.
Lakini me the only people I know they can change that plan ni wale watu nilikwambia. Jua wata effect na hakuna kitu mtafanya. That's why I told you, if you have a place like akina NMS, they will change and there is nothing you'll do. Unajua nyinyi hamkuchagua huyo, lakini unajua mtu wa kuchaguliwa utatujua 2032 utatujua babu utatujua. But if it is NMS, what will you do, brother? Hao ataki ati kuvote zako. They don't want your vote. They are going to do what they have to do. And that's why you saw Badi did things that people are saying that he did some things. Unajua hata kujengeneza hizo hospitali si ati ni rahisi, brother Benson. Those 24 facilities, health facilities that he built, it was not a joke. Ni kusukumana because there's people who did not want that land to be taken.
Yeah. And I tell you, so Wanyonyi alipima akaona kimeumana na ni kweli iliumana akasema hezi. You see? So it is for to me I would think I'm not in a position to advise Babu Owino, but from the look of things, if he's looking his political career in the next 10 good years or in the next is eyeing for a bigger position or for presidency, come out of Nairobi, forget about Nairobi governorship.
So unamwambia rudi Embakasi?
No, aende hata uraisi fail, lakini si nini. si uende uchukue Nairobi governor. Hata hiyo utafanya hiyo one time, by the time utakuwa unatoka zile vitu utakuwa umepiga. Wewe unadhani hata saa zingine huyo jamaa unadhani anakuwa hata kwa hiyo ofisi yake hapo Nairobi? I tell you, Nairobi is so much complex man.
Lakini unaogopa sana Nairobi. I see mpaka unaogopa deputy president sana. Don't be afraid of these positions.
You see,
they need a person who can defer orders. Like I think Gachagua was the best deputy we have ever seen.
but he was the best deputy. And what happened to him?
But what happened? You know, you always look what happened to him. But what happened later? He decided.
But look at all. Do you remember what Ruto endured during the time of? How many times did President Ruto go to coast? He could not access any state lodge houses.
Let me tell you, Brother Benson. You know, even Ruto is because alishikana na watu wa Mount Kenya sana, and Ruto was also supposed to be impeached. Kingeumana angeimpeachwa. And you know, that time Raila was supporting Uhuru. So imagine if Raila had. So what I'm really telling you is, ukitaka kwenda ikiti ya deputy president, one thing you need to know, one thing should be on the back of your mind. Usikubali kukua kwa hiyo chama uko nayo na president. Kuwa na chama chako.
Hiyo inaweza kuwa vizuri, lakini
ukienda na chama cha wenyewe bwana, ukienda kwa harusi na chama cha wenyewe. Gachagua amekuwa akiwaambia nilienda harusi na chama cha wenyewe. Alipata mpaka mchele yangu kula kwa hiyo harusi.
Alisema mtakula mchele pale Sagana.
Sasa hata hilo minyororo alikuwa ameweka na zile panya root zile vitu ameweka pale ndani. I think Kenyan politics should be of the books.
Look at what in Nairobi.
It's a mess.
Waititu too was a governor, told you to survive in Nairobi, no demolition, songesha mtu. Hizo wakati wa kusongesha mto ni ile siku za riparian land, wakati wa
lakini si Ruto amesongesha manyumba. Ruto asongesha the nyumbas.
I tell you.
So by the way, you know, I did not tell you, but what do we call them? Yani ukiwa wewe umepatwa na hiyo msiba, what do you say? I'm a
victim.
Yeah, I'm a victim. Sorry, I'm losing the word. I'm a victim of that eviction.
In
Dagoretti, because I was staying in Dagoretti, a place called Kashui Gedharane. So this is a place that was given by the government. Ilikuwa inaitwa parking. So unajua hizi vitu zilikuwa zinaitwa parking. You're given a place that you build. Do you know now they are taking land from those guys? Parking ni kitu ya serikali. Ni serikali inakuwa imekupatia pahali ujenge, umeweza kuzisimamisha, nachukua. Kama nataka kuichukua nitaichukua, hakuna kitu mtafanya. And you cannot take me to kuniambia nikupatie pahali pengine pa kujenga. I had given you ujisimamishe, then wewe ukadhania hii land ni yako.
Ya mimi Dagoretti hapo pali najua, nikiingia hapo Dagoretti Konya nikuje na Wanye. Hapo tu hapo
kule mbali sana.
Na place nyingine ilikuwa inaitwa Congo.
I think even that is Dagoretti. No. That is Dagoretti South. Unajua ikikuja hii side nyingine, hii barabara imegawanisha Dagoretti North iko hii side, Dagoretti South iko hii side.
Ukipanda hii
Congo ni Dagoretti South North. Kwa Elati. Ukikuja yote mpaka 46
Ruto satellite.
Sasa Ruto satellite pale kwa BP. Unajua ile police station inaitwa BP. Imegawanishwa, hii side ni north, hii side ni south. Barabara imekatanisha. So those are the things that are happening, but Nairobi for Babu brother, I know he's going to win, but he's going to be
let me see what Paladani is saying. In Embakasi, my brother paid 3 times for the same land, but finally he had to know someone to save it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, brother, it is very hard. You see, for this first, these lands that you are told you are given by the government, brother Benson, na ujui ati umepatiwa aje. They always want to bite you. Wanakuja wanakwambia sasa, brother, tumekuja kujenga barabara. Sasa kile utafanya wewe ondoa wewe ondoa vitu zako. There is a guy who was called there is a guy in my huko Lenana. I know you know Lenana, si ndio? I've stayed around that area. So hiyo Lenana nimekaa hiyo Dagoretti sana. So there is a place called Lenana, and this guy had built katikati kwa barabara. The fence ilikuwa imegawanisha barabara katikati. So sisi tulikuwa tumebakia na haka barabara, brother Benson. Unaona haka? Nini hapa ndio mwisho, hii ndio kwake fence. So tulikuwa tunapitia haka barabara. Do you know when Kibaki entered as a president, jamaa aliambia unasongesha ama usongeshi? Akaambia hapo usongesha. Unajua alikuwa rafiki ya Moi. Hapa si. Alisema hawezi songesha, brother. Aliachia court orders zingine moto. Ilibidi inaona hii barabara ilikuwa ameweka hapo. Alisukuma mpaka huko. Barabara ikakuwa ya gari 3. Yeah. And it was only for one vehicle. Only one vehicle could follow that route. So I'm telling you, when the government needs to do something to you, I know even you remember that building. Ile ilitengenezwa barabara ikafika katikati, nyumba iko katikati ya barabara. You know that building?
Yeah, I know.
I would like to know about that case, what happened, because you can never defeat the government in anything. Hauwezi washinda. So Nairobi, what they need initially, Nairobi, what is needed is not a governorship. Nairobi, what we need is a person who can be. I told you, we built just a metropolitan service in Nairobi, which can be headed by a person who has serious discipline from the armed forces. Even if tunaweza fanya, if we have a person from the armed forces, angalau anakuaga na ile discipline kidogo. Unajua Nairobi ni kubaya, brother Benzo, kuna mpaka hongo. You are hearing how people wanahongwa kupitisha zaitwa nini? Architectural plans. Nyumba zinaanguka. How many people have you heard wanahongo? They are passing those architectural plans. Alafu nyumba ikienda kianguka tena mnaanza kusikia kesi zingine. So that is what is happening in Nairobi. First, Nairobi kuna pesa. So I think the only thing we can do is but babu atazama bwana. Akiendelea na hii mambo.
Raila pulled down many homes as a minister for roads. We need a man in Nairobi who has nothing to lose. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Joseph, I think we've done like 2 hours and I appreciate you. Mr. Gypsy Corner, thank you. Gypsy Corner, thank you so much for coming in, even though you've come late. Umesema hapo. Lakini tomorrow we'll be here. Makubura will be here. He was still engaged, but I think today he's done with his assignment. So he will be here for the 10 p.m. Show. For everybody who was with us, I want to take this opportunity to thank you big time. Father Danny, thank you so much. Goodyear, thank you so much. And Brenda, Judith, and everyone, thank you so much for your time, and may God bless you. Joseph, if you have something to say.
Yes, I wanted to tell Father Dan to go and look at the campaigns. There's campaigns which are starting. Gashago is in Embu. I know Father Dan anapenda kufuatilia mambo ya Embu sana. So Nani is there, and nasikia it's going to be fireworks. But as far as I'm concerned, we have discussed about ODM. I believe ODM, if they are not going to rise above their internal conflicts, I think that party will be in too much problem. Itakuwa kwa mashida mingi sana. But I want also to say Goodyear amekuja amechelewa. The conversation was very sweet leo. I think she came to very late. Alafu nimecheka juu ninaona Father Dan anasema Karinda. Do you know Karinda is who?
Who is Karinda?
Karinda is the governor of Embu, Sisri Barire. So he's saying Karinda in Embu is cooked.
Yeah.
So you know that me. There's a video where Sisri Barire was begging people to vote for the UDA candidate.
Yeah.
So, he always tells them, I think Father Dan knows, she always tells people, huku nadhani kumekuwa kumoto sana ati the place is very kumoto sana huku chini, so please vote for Amudhende because kumoto. So I think that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph, for your time. And I hope if you find time in the evening, you can join Makobura. And maybe on Monday, I will also find time to do a recap for 1 hour. So you will join us. And to everyone who is watching, thank you so much. And if you're new in Brother Benson Media, you can just please subscribe so that when we are having a conversation like this, the YouTube will notify you. So you become part of the conversation. Mudende amedhendeka. Ewe.
Mudhende Amedhendeka is the candidate for UDA.
There's something that I wanted to ask you.
Kitu hata ungetupatia 5 minutes brother Benso, we talk about that one because I know Father Dan anataka kusikia sana mambo ya huko.
Okay.
If you are not busy, sorry.
All right. So I want to know how about Mukunji? Where is Mukunji? Where is his support?
Yeah, Mukunji was so much conflicted. I think between the he was so much conflicted because he wanted a DCP candidate in that by-election. But I think the Rigathi Gachagua talked with them, and it's like walisikizana. Now they are campaigning because in that road trail that is going to start from today, I'm going to go and watch. Mukunji is there, but you know Mukunji is that kind of leader that akiweza kujibrace vizuri, Brother Benson, he can become the governor for him. If he's going to be able to brace himself well.
What about the candidate for Moses Kuria? Because that's where he was headed.
The DCR, the service party? No, that brother Moses Kuria siku hizi unajua ni kama maji na mafuta in Mount Kenya. People don't trust him at all. I think the only party they are trusting is ile DP. Wanaona DP is much better than hiyo others because the service party I don't think they trust Moses Kuria. I don't think even that candidate is known too much. The only candidate known are those two. Those are the two horses that are racing in that the Mudhende huyu unasikia Medhendeka and the neutral Karishe. And I'm telling you, this is not an easy road. Si itakuwa hivyo, lakini I'm telling you, this is a battlefield. This now is a battlefield between kuoneshana ubabe ya kila mtu. Gachagua anataka kuoneshana ubabe yake hapa. And I'm telling you the things that you're going to hear Gachagua talking today between today and 24th. Is 24th? Yeah, 24th will be on maybe Wednesday. The things that in the by-election on 27. 27 is next Thursday.
Yeah.
27 next Thursday coming. So is the next Thursday or the next week? No, it's not this. It's next week. Yeah. So I think the things that are going to happen this week are going to be miraculous. You're going to hear things that are going to be spoken there,
and this is the time that I feel like Kithure Kindiki should come out to be like a hard puncher, especially to Rigathi Gachagua for to create that impact, because with that without the low energy.
But I think Kindiki mambo yake. Kindiki, the only thing he can do is now he accept that it's all done for him. Maybe until he can support, maybe arudi to his sense, arudi to DCP. As he continues with that war path of Gachagua, between Gachagua and Ruto, is going to be on the war and he's going to lose.
Do you think in your view that can reach a point whereby Kithure Kindiki says that, okay, now let me go and join DCP?
Yeah, he can. In politics, anything is possible.
What do you think right now, if he decides to join DCP, what can he vie for? From vice president to a senatorial or to a governor?
Now, the same question I'll ask you. What if he continues with UDA? What do you think what is his position in UDA?
In UDA, the best bet he can get, if president doesn't merge with any party, which I know they might merge with the ODM, the best bet that Kithure can get is a CS position.
That's what now I'm telling you. That's what I told you earlier, and I asked you, will Kindiki accept to be a CS after becoming the deputy president? Can he accept?
Because it's about what are you bringing on the table. What you're bringing on the table is going to determine what you're being given.
And that's why I argued with you, Brother Benson, yesterday about Wetangula. And we argued a lot of things. You remember me and you argued here for a while about Wetangula.
Yeah, but
because it is what you're bringing to the table.
I tell you, people like Wetangula, these are people who have studied the art of politics and they know what negotiation means. I tell you, if somebody like Wetangula, you would tell him that I would leave the seat of the speakership and we want to give you the deputy president for the sake of people of West Can, he will tell you no.
But let me ask you a question, Brother Benson.
Yeah.
Between this guy Moses Wetangula and Kindiki, who do you think will bring more votes to William Ruto 2027?
Wetangula can bring more votes, even if it's 2.
No. Kindiki will bring more votes to William Ruto than Wetangula, I'm sure.
Why?
Because there's people who are still voting Ruto in Mount Kenya.
But who?
Not everybody is saying that they want her. It's the same thing that happened in 2022. That time they had a Uhuru. So I'm currently projecting a 400,000 votes for him.
Let me. Okay, you see what is happening here. Kindiki might bring in more votes, yes, but with less impact. He can bring as many as he wants, but the impact will be less.
I don't get you.
Yes.
How will you have? I think Goodyear is asking, Kindiki can bring more votes. How? I'm telling you, there's people who are still supporting Ruto. Ruto is having support even in Mount Kenya. I don't think he does not have. Kuna watu wadogo wako nayo yake. And I'm telling you that is what Kindiki is going to tell Ruto. Mimi nilikuletea hizi votes. Even if they're not voting for him because of Ruto.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Remember when we are going to when people are going to 2002 general election, Baba, the Azimio team, they left people like Wetangula to go, despite the fact that the number of votes that they were having. Yeah. For instance, how many votes do we have in Mount Kenya?
Yeah, we say with the last election, we have 5 million. Because if we count with Raila's 1 million, which was in let's say together, all of them, the votes all together. Because that's why I'm telling you Kindiki will have votes. I'm telling you Raila had 1 million. So how much do Kindiki will take from this? Because don't think that in Kiambu is cosmopolitan.
Yes, I agree.
And that's why they got votes for Raila too much. So I'm telling you, he can have votes more than 300,000 votes.
Yes, that is okay.
In Mount Kenya region, I'm not talking about one area, in Mount Kenya region. Because don't forget it's from Tharaka Nithi. And Tharaka Nithi can give, they can give well as well, they can give because it's their son. So I'm saying a point of what you're asking me is 2022 election, we cannot compare 2027 election, Brother Benson. You know why? You know why I say that? I say that because Ruto bargaining power is at a low voltage, not like the way it was that time. Because he does not have the 5 million votes. The 4 million votes are gone. So he needs to get the 4 million votes ASAP, so that now he can continue to adding the more votes.
So where is he going to get that 4 million votes?
Okay, let me ask you a question, Brother Benson. How much votes did Kalonzo bring for Raila in 2022?
Almost around 1 million.
1 million votes, no?
Yes.
Yeah. So, if you add 1 million votes of Kalonzo, because right now we are saying let's talk with the old 2022 graph. Let us not talk with a graph we don't have. So if Kalonzo brought 1 million votes, and then the mountain has 4 million votes. That already is 5 million votes, no? I'm not even counting that 1 million vote which was given. I'll say that one to go to Ruto because of Kindiki. So what about Kisii? Because Kisii region brought votes to the Baba. Close to how many votes?
Kisii, when you look at the Kisii almost around 700.
It's around 700. Let's say around 1 million. Yeah. It's around, let's say 1 million. So already you are counting at a merger of Kisii and Mount Kenya and Kamba, who have already 6 million votes.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at Ruto, how many votes does he have? We start with his votes which he got in Rift Valley. Rift Valley got 3 million. Not even 3 million. He got, let's give him 3 million because even he got 7.2. So 3 million votes. Plus how many votes came from Luo?
Actually, Luo.
And you forget about Kisii. So you are saying Luo Nyanza.
Luo Nyanza, that is, we can bring 1 point something, almost 1.5. So
that is around 4.5. Then we can add the parts of now the other regions. We add like coast and the other regions. How much votes will we add?
How much do you want to give it?
Let's give it even 2 million.
All right, go ahead.
But 2 million is too much, no?
So if you do that, Joseph, where are you at? Okay, let's wait.
Yes, Brother Benson. Sorry. Yes.
So to me, what the reason why I was telling you that Kindiki might bring in 400, yeah.
Yes.
It might be it might be very small compared to the region where it's coming from, yeah. But when you look at when you look at Wetangula, you know, Wetangula has like maybe 200 votes from Bukusu, and you make sure that all 200 are coming in. So you
how many? All 200? But I never understood your point where you said about Wetangula votes being of more use than Kindiki.
Because the reason why I would say that it's of more use is that if he's supporting you, you can assure back that you're going to get all of it.
Yeah, I think also Father Dan is saying that I will be dismayed, but I'm very sure Kindiki will get votes. Not Kindiki as per se. I did not say Kindiki. I said Ruto will get votes. But Kindiki will take the favor for those votes. What will happen. Kindiki atasema ni yeye amefanya. Ni yeye amesema na ile kiti yake ya fire ni fire. Ameletea Ruto around 300,000. Or 400,000. So those ones
for him to give Ruto that.
Yeah. That's why you had. You know why I'm saying to Brother Dan. You know why you had it's called who? You had Gachagua saying there's a day Gachagua saying that I don't want I want Ruto to not get 95%. So that Ruto can get only 5%. Why was he saying like that?
Because not everybody would vote his way.
Yeah, because some people are just going to vote for Ruto. So you cannot just say that somebody will not be voted somewhere. He'll get votes. Yeah. Even in those places you're saying that Gachagua cannot get votes, brother, in Nyanza. He'll get votes.
No, he has to get like 1 or 2 or 3 votes.
So also those votes are also counted, because when you see those votes accumulated to, I'm talking about the whole Mount Kenya region, Brother Benson. You know how big is the Mount Kenya region? How much people? How too much people Mount Kenya region has? I don't know if people say it's lies or what. Mount Kenya gave 6 million. Was it? No, they gave around 5. No, 5 million votes. They came out to vote. There is a portion of people who did not vote in 2022. A portion, a large majority of people did not vote in that election. So that is what I was saying, Brother Benson, about that's what I was saying about all that Kindiki and but I don't understand where your point came for nani atakuwa na nguvu sana kuliko Kindiki. How can you bring your brought 1,000 votes na huyu ameleta kura zake ngirimia then you say ati
look at this. Unajua, look at this. Na unaona na hiyo nani, unaona Wetangula na hiyo votes yake ndogo alipatiwa speaker. So the question, the issue is like you have like 9 votes, yeah, and if you promise to deliver 9, you deliver 9. As vis-a-vis Kindiki that has around 6 million votes at his disposal, but you can only deliver maybe around 400. You see that? You see that comparison?
But the problem is, Brother Benson, what I'm telling you, Wetangula brought votes to Adin. Aliongezea kikapu. Hii wakati si kuongezea kikapu. Hii wakati tunataka ujaze kikapu. Si uongezee kikapu ni ujaze. So I think brother Dan maybe aendelee vile anasema. Sisemi Kindiki in Meru region only. I'm saying about Kindiki as a whole in Mount Kenya. How much votes will they get? Or Ruto, let's talk about Ruto. Because I know Kindiki atachukua hiyo nini ya Ruto. Atachukua hiyo credit ya Ruto kupata hizo kura. How many votes will he get? I know he'll get around 200, 300 votes. Out of the 5, even if the people are going to vote for 4.5 million, najua utapata around 300. I'm sure hatakosa hizo kura.
Okay.
Yes, he'll get also maybe 10,000. 20,000, you know, in the polling stations, ukienda kuangalia unapata mtu. I know it will be tunasemaga a voter block. Even the time it's called who? The time Uhuru and Raila were going head to head. Votes in Mount Kenya. He was still getting votes in Mount Kenya. Even 2017, he got some votes. Yeah? After 2007, Raila got some votes.
Yeah, he did.
Don't forget that. He got some votes from Mount Kenya. So I know me yako na Wetangula. I don't know why umekwama na Wetangula sana. I think Wetangula is making you happy, brother. Lakini saizi ameambiwa lazima ujaze kikapu. Saizi you have a whole region of Luhya Nation who has more than 5 million votes, then you are coming to tell us utajaza kikapu, brother. Tutatuletea 200,000. But 200,000 votes, it can't happen.
When you look at I don't know now, I think the voting pattern of especially Western Kenya might change, based to the fact that with the absence of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, I think their voting might change, voting pattern, because when you look at how the Western Kenya are voting, you know, when you look at Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, they usually vote. Their voting pattern is quite much different. With what you look at Kakamega, you look at Vihiga, you look at Busia. You know, because like Western Kenya, how many counties they have? Kakamega County, they have Bungoma, they have Trans Nzoia, they have Busia, they have Vihiga, and where? They have 5 around.
They have 5, I think. They have 5.
So out of 5, 2 are the 2 that votes. They vote quite much differently. When you come to Bungoma sometimes vote for Kenya.
Na uchokozi sana leo bwana.
Anasema nini?
Anadana kuna uchokozi sana leo.
I mean, so if
politics in Kenya is fascinating. That's why I smile, because I know it is fascinating. If you take it with a lighter note, it will be itakuwa tamu.
So when you look at the Vihiga County now, they vote majority, like they usually vote ODM. When you look at Kakamega, the same. You look at Busia, the same. You know, so that has been the influence of the Right Honorable Prime Minister with ODM. But now without his influence, or with minimal influence from him in his death, how are they going to vote? Is Kakamega still going to vote him? Since we are seeing the push and pull between Oparanya and Baraza, and Oparanya is a heavyweight in Kakamega, so that is going to be there. You're looking again in Vihiga, whereby Ototsi wants to run for governor, just in case if things do not work in ODM and they run away, what will happen? Then we also have the Busia. And if you look at where Otuma is coming from, actually, where Otuma is coming from, I think like they're not the majority. I think the family of Ojamong were the majority. That's why he was able to win 2 consecutive terms, because like their clan, I think, was the majority, you know. So with absence of Baba, things might change.
Goody is asking you a question. Where is Vihiga?
Vihiga. Vihiga ni hapa Mbale. Unajua ukiingia hapa Mbale ni hapo Vihiga. If you go to Vihiga, hapo ndio Mbale. Mbale na Vihiga are the same place. Vihiga is Mbale na Vihiga is the same place.
So Brother Benson, that's why I was saying initially in 2027 elections, we you know, the death of Raila Odinga has really that's why you had people saying the dynamics have changed, because the dynamics will have changed even in Western. The dynamics are changing everywhere, even in Northeastern. The dynamics have changed so much. So I think what will happen, most of those, the battlefield will be, unajua, nikiangalia, you know, there's a question that, there's a thing that was said by Winnie, and I really take it to heart. She said that, who wants who more? Is it ODM who wants Ruto more, or is it Ruto who wants ODM more? That question needs to be answered, because that question is the one which is going to give the way forward of what ODM is going to do.
You know, from this is why Malala is accusing or alleging that Natembeya is a Ruto more, because Natembeya is gaining popularity. You know what is, I think what is, before I answer that question, what is happening with Malala? You know, Malala is trying to, I think like is trying his best, especially to make sure that he becomes the spokesperson of Western Kenya. And that's why, and he's seeing how Natembeya is doing it, because what Natembeya is doing, Natembeya is meeting. Remember the other day he was in Vihiga, and he was with the elders, whereby he was given all those instruments of power, the regalia. The other time he was supposed to meet all the leaders from Busia. So what he does, apart from meeting people on the ground, he also engaged the elders, and this seems to be gaining so much traction with the people. And Malala also wants to make sure that he becomes that person in Western Kenya. And the reason why is because the position that he's holding, maybe Rigathi Gachagua has put pressure on him. You have to prove to us, you have to prove to us that you are somebody from where you're coming from.
But I think this one is going now to bring friction again where it was, because you know I think the friction that is coming up in that area is that there is a day there was a war between Wamalu and Natembeya. You remember? They were fighting for the DAP Kenya party.
Yeah.
So I think the war is still now escalating, and I think Malala has entered into this war, because I think the war has never ended between who wants to be the party leader of DAP Kenya, because Nani wanted to overthrow Wamalu Natembeya as a DAP Kenya party leader. So I think this is just a war continuing. It's just a war inside. Yeah, the Lua, and seeing who is going to become the spokesman, because now I think ni kama wanataka kuondoa all those young old guys. Unajua nikuja mkaniambia Oparanya ni strong sana. Sasa hizi sijui kama Oparanya ni strong sana bwana. Hizi naona kama
no, Oparanya is strong in Kakamega, because I don't know whether he's coming from Tiriki, because like what plays part is also the smaller units of that are found in Kakamega.
But you know that he has a war with this guy Fernandez.
Let me tell you, there are people who sometimes when I see them, you know, the war definitely, the war was supposed, is it who, this Nabire, or who? Is it Nabire? Who was supposed to be the ODM chair, but like maybe there was, I don't know whether, I think it's Nabire. So, and if you look at Baraza and Oparanya, actually Oparanya proposed Baraza for the governorship, I think. And I can remember when they were campaigning, due to Oparanya influence, that played part for re-election of Baraza, because remember, Malala too was running. Yeah. And if you look at the history of Malala, Malala was, I would say that Malala was one of those, is one of the, those who are in politics, they are lucky people. There's somebody can come from an MCA to a Senate. It is very rare. And Malala is that person. Malala was a county, was an MCA. Yeah. And he was very powerful. He used to energize, those who have those luck. He came all the way from MCA to the Senate. And what cost him is because of the politics of 2022, when he decided to join President.
To join UDA.
Yeah.
To join ANC in UDA.
Actually, Malala at some point had left the ANC. I can remember when there was a by-election that was taking place in Kibra, where Owalo ran on a ticket of Owalo ran on a Amani ticket after they disagreed with the Right Honorable Prime Minister. When Owalo wanted to run when Ken Okoth died in Kibra, I don't know what happened, and the next thing we saw, because Owalo was the inner circle of Baba, the next thing we saw was Owalo ran with either Ford Kenya, I think if not Ford Kenya, but Amani. And during those days, if you look at Malala was not even loyal to Mudavadi. Malala was loyal to...
Malala is not loyal. Malala is only loyal to himself, I think. Malala cannot be loyal to you, because hata Father Dan ameiweka vizuri sana. How can you be staying in Ruto's house and you are still saying that Father Dan has ripped him off in everything? Because how can you be saying you're staying in somebody's house, the person you're saying that somebody is advocating for? So, but I wanted to ask you something, brother. There's something I wanted to ask you about. I'm forgetting, because kuna kitu ilikuwa nataka kuuliza ya nini ya maana sana in Western. But I keep on forgetting. But maybe another show. Yeah, there's a thing I wanted to ask you, but I've forgotten. But initially, these guys, Akina Malala, to be internal war like that, and I think also Boni Halwale has entered in the phrase, because if you see him supporting, it's called who? Natembea. Nowadays, Boni Halwale is supporting Natembea fully.
So, this is what is happening. When you look at what is happening is this, you get Ayub Zavula, the party leader, the deputy party leader of DAP. He's supporting
the deputy governor.
Yeah, he's supporting the UDA candidate. So, and the other day they were with Farouk Kibet, and yes, they were campaigning with Farouk Kibet, and they talked about Malala being, if you look at those young people, you look at Sivula, you look at
Wamunyinyi.
No, Wamunyinyi is coming all the way from Bungoma. Those are.
So you're saying in Kakamega?
That is Trans Nzoia. I think Wamunyinyi is from Trans Nzoia or Bungoma either.
So you're saying from Kakamega, the people in Kakamega.
Who?
You're saying the politicians in Kakamega,
the young people who are vibrant, and majority keep on switching posts that they're not very loyal. is even Baraza, not Baraza. We have Savula, we have
this guy I've told you, Kolomani MP, it's called Boni Alwale.
What about Boni Alwale? Boni Alwale is older. Those are
you're talking about the young tax. The young tax. Yeah. Even Baraza is not a young tax, Brother Benson. He's an old man. The only guy I think is young there is Sivula. Is Ayub Sivula.
There are three people that usually have this back and forth and keep on switching goalpost. That is this guy who was given assistant minister is called who?
Assistant minister in Ruto's government.
Yeah, it used to be Father Dan. Can you assist us here?
He used to be.
He was given assistant minister for sports. Echesa.
Ababu Namamba. Echesa.
Rashid Echesa.
Ababu is from your area. That's why I could have wondered. Echesa.
Rashid Echesa. We have Rashid Echesa. We have Savula. We have.
You have Malala.
So those three. Hao ndio mavijana ambao wanagongana hapo.
Na timu Wanyonyi ni wa Bungoma. Nani?
So the only
lakini Bungoma has a lot of Bungoma has a lot of people. Bungoma has a lot of politicians than Kakamega. Bungoma ndio kinanukia sasa.
Kinanukia. So hapa mavijana wadogo ukiongeza na huyu anaitwa PK Peter Salasia. Hao ndio sasa the
young tax.
The young tax wenye wanakoroga Kakamega.
But I wanted to ask you, Brother Benson. I remember that question. What happens to the people who are in a money party after it was swallowed by UDA? That is what I always ask myself. What happens to them? Because as they are registered, it's a money party in parliament.
You know, a money party, I think they only had during the last general election. I think they won only one seat, if I'm not wrong. And the one that they won was where they are going to have by election. Yeah.
What about MCS?
MCS, or maybe MCS, but
and senator.
So this is what Father Dan is saying. Echesa will destroy Malala in a second. Yes, Echesa was Echesa nae. Echesa is when it comes to propaganda na stage ukimpatia, you know that Echesa, you know, somebody who made him to become who he is until Ruto got him. He was a very powerful youth wing leader in ODM in Western Kenya, especially in Kakamega. This Echesa that you are seeing, he was a very powerful youth in ODM, very influential. So
I think our sister there also has Goody amesikia kutoka kwa Father Dan akimwambia about we are talking about nani we are talking about Malala, so I think he has heard from Father Dan. I think
Amani was also saying 2 MCAs. Okay. MCAs. But I know they had.
So I think when they are swallowed, maybe they change also the party. Una change, but this one in UDA.
So maybe they went to UDA by default.
But that question I'll still ask you till the day we are going to go for elections. How will Wetangula have too much say than a person who has 400 votes? That 400,000 votes. That's one I have I've not understood from yesterday.
Look at it this way. If things remain the same, let's forget about how the political terrain is going to change. If the voting pattern of 2022 remains, and you look at it, you say that, okay, because like you're looking at it this way, what usually determines what you're being given in any political arrangement, one is the people, because you mortgage your people. That is what you know, the reason why Rigathi Gachagua was given the deputy president slot, one, the first priority was because he promised President William Ruto that I'm going to deliver the votes. I'm going to give you the people of Mount Kenya. That was the main reason why he was given. among other things, maybe he had money and he was very good in message delivery, especially he was very good in attacks, but delivering, one of the delivery was that's why he was given that position. Then come to especially another powerful position was about the deputy, the Speaker of the National Assembly, which is the third in command. President William Ruto looked around and said that if I have Mount Kenya and I have the Kalenjin and I take to this other, the only vote that I need to get to pen in my signature that is going to sign me off is Moses Wetangula. And what happened? Out of 200,000 votes from that, where the Bukusu, where Bungoma, where they come from, they gave it all-heartedly to President William Ruto. And that is what made difference, So you look at it this way. Look at Mount Kenya, we have 6 million. Yeah, he has lost that 6 million. Though somebody is bringing in 400, yeah, which sometimes you're not even very sure of. He's not very sure of that 400.
That's not the question now. Now you're coming to what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
Even though you say that he has, but he's not very sure whether the 400, maybe he has 200 that he knows there are people who are very loyal to him as the president. 200.
That is even what do we call it? A drop in the ocean.
A drop in the ocean. That is very sure of 200, with or without Kindiki. He's sure of that. Yeah. But now, what about Kindiki? What is Kindiki going to bring out of those? So that's why you say that if the things remain and undaangalia Wetangula, you already pocketed 200. Say that if I'm with Wetangula, I have 200 in the if sure bet. Lakini hii ya 300 yenye nani hapa bado siko sure mpaka saa zile itaingia. So ndio maana
but I think even we are going to know this one very soon, brother Benzo, because Malava seat was for who? It was Musalia Mudavadi's seat.
Yes.
We are going to see where it is going to go.
But if you look at what is happening right now, I'm not very I'm convinced, based on especially Panyako. Seth Panyako, is a very influential figure. Not because he has joined UDA. No, he was very influential from the beginning because he has been somebody in the nursing movement when people are going on strike. It has been very influential. He just only needed the party. And being the fact that Natembea also is coming up, so that one had his influence. If you combine to Malala, if you combine to with that one of Panyako that he was having before, so which means they are betterly placed as compared to UDA. Secondly, you're looking at the candidate that has been brought to you, and this is not a candidate that has been supported because people are looking at their own. They say that this was ours. It was supposed to be ANC. ANC is swallowed. How is Mudavadi going to bargain for us if we do not have a party? Yeah. So that also is killing them. There's also the issue of Cabras. Yeah. This tiny, because like they say, the member of parliament who died was coming, I don't know, from Cabras. And when Mudavadi came, he did not pick somebody from that community. That's why.
So they have a beef. So they have a beef with Museveni, with Chamsin Museveni, Mudavadi.
Yes, because remember the son was accusing Mudavadi. Remember when after the nomination that he thought Mudavadi would support him, and what they've seen is not what they expected.
Yeah, and I'm waiting. Favadan is saying that it's already won. I'm waiting for who has won the seat. He's saying it's already won. I'm waiting.
That is going for Panyako, Seth Panyako.
Seth Panyako is from which party? The United Opposition. Eh?
Yeah, United Opposition. Because like from the look of things, the ground imemkubali, ama sijui kama kura tu nitakata, lakini ground
Lakini
imemkubali.
nilisikia si ati ni rahisi hivyo, brother Benson. Nilisikia hiyo kitu si rahisi hivyo. I heard it.
It's not easy because the amount, or even the amount of money, because like remember, Farouk Kibet has camped in that place, and that's why he had to come with Savula. You think for Savula just to leave to go against his party, do you think is something that you just wake up one day and you do like that?
It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. It means money went through.
Yeah.
Some transaction was done. Savula, unajua Savula tunamjua ni yule mtu wa kuonja kidogo. Savula ni yule mtu wa kuonja na anapenda kuonja. So maybe money change hands.
So and Savula, you know, when they're bringing people like Savula, they're not only bringing him for people to get votes, but they want to, you know, they want to bring in perception that things are turning. You know, there's that shift that is happening, including a DAPK deputy leader is not supporting their candidate.
But how much money do you think the government has thrown in Malava?
I think it might be a good money, because like Farouk has been over there.
And it's the same money that was being told by Gachagua in Bere North.
Mm-hmm.
The money that has been poured, brother. You know, Ruto does not want to be seen that he has been won these by-elections. Imagine a scenario of Ruto being won all his candidates in all regions, that it's only ODM who is going to win. Because ODM is going to win, the ODM is going to win Kasapul. Is Kasapul? Kasapul.
You know,
ODM is going to win Kasapul. But do you think if UDA loses Malava, UDA uses Bere North, which other one they are going for? There's another one.
There's the other ones that they were going for, that they already been declared the winner because there were no opponents. There's also the one in is it in Kajiado, where that Jubilee member of is it MCA who decided to drop off the race?
He dropped off. I remember that.
Yeah.
So leave Kajiado, brother. So the ones which are very heavy is Malava, Kasipul, and Bere.
Yeah. So
those ones are the heavy ones. So if Gachagua team gets 2,
that one will be they will have to go to the drawing board, especially even ODM. If something by any chance Aroko wins Kasipul Kabondo, then it will be a very big blow, especially to Wanga, because you know Gladys Wanga has been confronting. She's been it's been rumored that she's the person behind the young boy going for running for that particular seat, because the father was very close to her, you know, like a foot soldier. So
the son of where? Of Ogodo?
Mm-hmm.
What if he loses?
That's why I'm telling you, if it loses, it will be a very big blow to Wanga.
So it can also mean Wanga will lose her seat.
Yes, it means like she should not sit pretty. She should start putting in place on how to win.
Benson, do you see a scenario where Wanga can be defeated with votes? And you told me Homa Bay, the politics is very. You told me the politics in Homa Bay is very violent.
You see what is happening. You know, there are 2 counties that I think from what we've seen happening are going to be I don't know, so many young men will lose their lives, especially when you look at Migori County and Homa Bay County, especially what we've seen with the Kasipul Kabondo. Based on those statistics, it means so many people will lose their life, because like it is not politics of ideology. It is a politics of might, you know.
Yeah, it's about might. It's about who has goonism than the other goonism. So what about, I wanted to ask you one question before. Maybe I know you are tired. I see even you're yawning. What about Moses Kajwang? What do you see him going for? And do you see him going for the governorship of Homa Bay?
Moses Kajwang, no.
He's going to remain being a senator. But what if he can go for governorship? Can he be able to fight it off with the Wanga?
You know, let me tell you something. When I look at you, with the two people that you're mentioning, Moses Kajwang and Wanga, these are people, like when you look at Moses Kajwang, well, Moses Kajwang was not a politician. He was not a politician. He did not have any interest in politics. The only reason why Moses Kajwang came to politics is because they were rewarding their family because they lost Kajwang Mapambano. And it happened to be the person that was chosen. And that's how he came into politics. But starting in his career, he was not a politician as compared to some of TJ and his brother. That is one. When you look at Wanga too, and funnily enough, I will dig deep, but what I know, the person who introduced Wanga to politics was Gerald Otieno Kajwang. You know that?
Yeah.
So when you talk about the two people that, the two of them, these were not politicians. These are people who are built in the umbrella of Baba. There's nothing that
all of them, the two of them, by the way, all of the two of them. Yeah.
There's no history. Even
but do you know even Mutula Kilonzo was built the same way? Mutula Kilonzo is an umbrella of Baba.
Yeah, because the reason why Mutula Kilonzo was not even supposed to be the person.
He was not supposed to be the MP of his father's area. It was supposed to be that Keith
Kilonzo. Now, what happened with, I don't know what went to the register of IEBC, and they found a way.
No, she was not a registered voter in that region.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, and that thing went up to court. Then Mutula Kilonzo had to come, and that's how Keith Kilonzo vanished from the public. And remember, Keith Kilonzo came to the public, especially when they were arguing the case. Was it 2013?
Yeah, it was 2013.
2013. He was like the lead lawyer.
It was 2013?
Or it was, yeah, when Willie Mutunga. When was it? Is it?
Willie Mutunga was in 2013. You mean Mutula Kilonzo vied for an MP in 2013?
After the death of the father. After the death of the father.
When did by the way, I want to when did by the way, I'm growing old. When did Nick become the MP? Was it before we went for the general? No. I think what happened was
it was before
we went. Yeah, it was a by-election. Now I've remembered. Sorry.
It was a by-election.
It was a by-election. So before we went for the general election, we needed to go for a by-election.
Yeah. So then that's when Keith Kilonzo, with all those what happened, then she vanished from the limelight. Then Mutula Kilonzo Jr. came. And that's how he was introduced into the politics. But they were not politicians, and now that's how they are speaking. So, and that's why I'm telling you, when you see all this majority of ODM members, those who are making a lot of noise and all that, you know.
But how many politicians are there who made themselves in Luo Nyanza? I don't think there are many. It's a handful. You can count them, because I know Anyang Nyong'o. Anyang Nyong'o is one person who built himself politically. I think he has had some support from Baba, but he built himself politically, Anyang Nyong'o. And we had Orengo.
Orengo.
Who else can you tell me?
In Luo Nyanza.
Who else?
You know, there are those who vied, but so much effort was not given to them. Let's say for instance, somebody like Otiende Amolo.
Yeah? But Otiende Amolo, brother, he was not under the umbrella of Raila.
Oh, you know, Otiende Amolo, when he developed interest of running, you know, even these are the people that father say, okay, you can run. But if you look at how he has managed or how he has been getting into power, you find that he's not that person that being supported 100%. It's square it down there with the people. Look at, for example, when did you come to know Joho? How many times
Joho,
how many times did Joho run for Kisauni Member of Parliament?
Joho, he ran for quite a number. Joho, the first time I knew Joho was in 2007.
When he ran?
Yeah, when he ran. And I don't remember, he was running against the Kisauni Member of Parliament that time was who?
Karisa Maitha.
Yeah, Karisa, because he was running under, I remember because he was running under a very difficult thing. I think even Father Dan has told me something there that you are saying. I think it's the same comment with you. But I think, yeah, I remember he was running against a person who smashed him so much. Juu Karisa Maitha huko bwana naye ungeshindana na Karisa Maitha. He was, so yeah. I remember. The Joho, I knew him 2007.
So, and how Joho came to fame, when Balala decided to join the hands with Uhuru,
2013.
When they disagreed with Raila.
Yeah, 2013.
Then Balala created that space for Joho.
But Balala was the kingpin of Coast at that time.
Yes. Remember
because I remember the Pentagon.
The Pentagon.
The Pentagon, one person was Balala.
Walikuwa wanasema kigogo wa pwani.
Kigogo wa pwani, Najib Balala.
Najib Balala. Nakumbuka.
Yeah.
So it tells you, and even Balala, you see Balala, even Balala politics was built by Baba. The very moment they parted ways with Baba, his political career kind of like died. He did not went into competitive politics, but decided to become the CS. By then they were called ministers, and that's how he survived under the administration of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He has never, and I don't think he will be bothered to come to politics.
I think also he was tired of being in opposition. That guy, he decided, nataka kuwa CS.
Maybe.
By the way, Brother Benson, these things repeat themselves.
Yeah.
What happened to Wetangula? Because Wetangula is the same thing that happened to Najib Balala.
No.
This thing is like they repeat themselves over and over again.
Let me tell you, I'm telling you, not that I'm supporting Wetangula, but Wetangula is one person.
Wetangula is your friend.
Wetangula, Papa wa Roma si rafiki yangu, lakini Papa Wetangula, he knows how to maneuver, how to penetrate this politics and read the signs. One thing with Papa Roma is so much looking for himself. How will I benefit? Okay. Remember, huyu Papa wakati hata wanakuja kwa code, kwa code, walikuja kwa code ama NASA, wakati walikuwa wanakuja
ilikuwa NASA, code ilikuwa code ndio ilikuwa ya kwanza ya code.
Alipatiwa nini?
Alikuwa anataka kupatiwa, he was given the it's called what, the majority what, minority in Senate. Ilikuwa Senate, no?
Ilikuwa Senate.
Ilikuwa Senate, yeah, Senate, yeah.
Then what happened was, I don't know what happened immediately. There was arrangements that were coming, akatimuliwa. Yeah. Akatimuliwa na huyu nani akawekwa, huyu Malala huyu. Sijui Malala ni Malala kweli, no?
Sidhani Malala angewekwa hiyo kiti ya minority.
Ni Orengo ama nani?
Ni Orengo, yeah, it was Orengo. I remember ni Orengo. Orengo was given. Wangepatia Malala. Malala, see that time Malala came in 2017, Brother Benson.
Yeah, so and
so we are talking about 2013. Was it 2013? Yeah, 2013. He came later, Malala.
When did they want to impeach Waiguru?
Waiguru wanted to be impeached in 2017. 2017 when? like the 2017 after hapo ndio Waiguru alikuwa anataka kuimpeach, because the first governor of Kirinyaga was not a woman, he was a man actually.
He was called who?
There was a name he was called, I think I'm forgetting the name, maybe Father Dana namjua well, but I'm forgetting the name. He was a man. The first Kirinyaga governor was a man. So and then they came Waiguru. Now Waiguru is in his second term, no? She's the governor now. She's finishing in 2027.
So which means the governor who ran first for Kirinyaga only did first term.
Term only.
One term only, I mean.
Yeah, one term, and he was removed.
Oh, okay.
Then there was a fierce battle between Karua and Waiguru in 2017.
But you know, before the 2017, or then the 2017, Madam Girishi was the women rep.
She was the women rep the first term, 2013 to 2017, because you remember Waiguru was the CS he was the CS of devolution. Yeah, she was the CS of devolution, because I remember there is where they stole the money for NYS. Then Girishi became the MP from 2017 to 2022. She became the MP of, I think, was she the women rep of the MP? I remember at that time she became an MP.
Yes, Gypsy, good year, you are answered. Wanyonyi is the brother to Wetangula, the current member of Westlands.
Yeah, they look even alike. They look alike.
So, so the reason why, so Wetangula knows how to play with this party, and because he knows very well that his party enjoys support from his region, so he will bargain for it and make sure that the position he gets, at least he has to have a position. If he's a Senate, he will be having a position, you know. So he has played that well, and that is you see, when the idea of holding the political parties, especially for Kenya Kwanza, when they insisted that all the parties in Kenya Kwanza should dissolve their parties and form one party, that is Kenya Kwanza or UDA, you know, he refused.
But you know, you have forgotten the time when they wanted to take the party from him. You remember the coup which was brought by Wamunyinyi? You know, Wamunyinyi was involved.
Yeah, so that coup was brought in Wamunyinyi and Eseli.
Yeah, but how many seats did Ford Kenya get in 2022 elections? I would like to know.
There's Kabuchai. I think they have one Kabuchai, or how many do we have?
Only one member of parliament?
I think so. I'm not sure, but I know Kabuchai, they have one.
So you see Wamunyinyi overtook the party. He did a coup, because how many MPs does the PK have?
Yeah,
they have 5.
But you know, remember even the Ford Kenya that Wetangula has. Remember also the same that Ford Kenya, there was also the new Ford Kenya that was being led. Was it led by Muskari Kombo?
No, that's what the Ford Asili and the new Ford Kenya. I think Ford Asili is the one which died. Ford Asili ilikufa. Ikabakia new Ford Kenya.
Yes, Ford Asili kufa, but Ford
ilikuwa ya baba ya Raila. No. You remember? Ndio walikuwa wanapigania na Raila. Ford. Ndio Wamalwa and Raila fought for the Ford. You remember?
It was Ford Kenya.
Which you know, there was Ford. The Ford. There was the Ford. Ndio Ford ikagawanyika. Unakumbuka? There was Ford. Ford had so many members. It had the likes of Akina Wamalwa, Akina Raila. They were all in that Ford. Even the father of Raila was there. So ilikuja ikagawanyika wapi? Ndio ikakuwa Ford Asili, Ford Kenya.
Okay.
when the father wanted to, I think the father was handing over or what was happening. I don't remember that time, but I know Wamalu and Raila were fighting for Ford. So ikagawanyika, moja ikaenda Ford Kenya na ingine ikakuwa, unajua bado kuna ingine ilikuwa inaitwa Ford People.
Yeah, Ford People. That
is I think Ford People was the original one. So after itigawanyika ikakuwa Ford asili na new Ford Kenya.
Ndio huyu anasema, na huyo MP wa Ford Kenya ndio juzi sijui mkahawa yake ilivamiwa. I don't know where. I think it was a restaurant there. Is it 1 week or 2 weeks ago? It was invaded by some goons. Wakachapa watu hapo.
I think I could answer good here. The speakers are politically elected because they depend with how the people who have the majority in the parliament feel. Kama ni side ya government and they feel they want to, like the one for Marende. You remember Marende was elected by the opposition.
Yes, because they were the majority
so it depends with the majority in the house. So here is all about majority in the house and how they are going to, how you bring the speaker. I was saying, so DAP brother Benson hata iko na nguvu kuliko Ford Kenya. So I know maybe you like Papa wa Roma, you like the modesty wa Papa wa Roma, but
unajua wako wengi kuliko Ford Kenya, lakini sasa ukiangalia in terms of deals, Wetangula alifanya deal mzuri kwa sababu wako kwa gava yenyewe.
I think hata ule mtu alifanya deal mbaya ni Gachagua. Gachagua did a very crazy deal bwana in 2027, 2022. I think the problem was, I think Gachagua was not used to politics here. He was not politically mature. You said about Malala. Malala, Malala came from an MCA. Unajua Gachagua was just an MP one term. Only one term, and he became the deputy president. How long did Ruto take to become the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya?
So that's why I'm telling you, there are people who, in terms of
and leave that. After he became the deputy president, now Gachagua is the kingpin.
So
with only what, Brother Benson? 1 year experience as an MP. That's why you see people like Ishungwa. Ishungwa has an experience of 3 terms, 2 terms.
I might be wrong about Rigathi Gachagua, but one thing that I know, in terms of experience and being in politics, Gachagua had that experience because he worked with Moi as an administrator. Then after retiring, he also worked with Uhuru Kenyatta as a personal assistant. So he was very much aware of how the politics is being played, especially working with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And I was reading somewhere, they were saying that when he contested for that seat for the very first time, he was a very good mobilizer. Actually, he is the first person to use more money for campaign in the constituency where Madeira. If you look at the history of Madeira, Rigathi Gachagua is the only member of parliament who used a lot of money and intimidated the aspirants, whereby the aspirants were really, really scared of him, and they did not even try to contest.
I think what I would not say is not. I need to take back my words. I'll not say his experience. I think what Gachagua went with was naivety. I think he thought Ruto was a person who could keep his word. With the way he had seen things going, so he trusted him wholeheartedly. Yeah. I did not know if he thought that could happen. I think Gachagua never thought that would happen. That they can beat him. Definitely.
And also what might have also given him that hope even to work with Ruto the way it is, because what he went through during the Jubilee era, especially when they were rebelling against, or when they were rebels in the Jubilee, and so he thought by them going or experiencing the same political wrath, they were sailing in the same boat. But what happens, he did not realize that the person that he's in dealing with has mastered the politics of Kenya. Let me tell you, Ruto learned from what happened, especially with the Jubilee. He saw it happening when now Jubilee, Uhuru Kenyatta was taking Jubilee. Remember when people like Murkomen, Susan Kihika, Abraham Kindiki, those who were allied to him the positions were being taken away from them. And he had nothing to do, because like Uhuru had all the party. So he said that, okay, this is the trick in Jerusalem. What should I do? He played the same game on Rigathi Gachagua, but to him, he hit Gachagua very hard than how Uhuru hit him.
Yeah, I think even Father Dan is telling you something there. You will laugh.
Yeah. Yes, and he was pushing for what he wants, but he doesn't have hakukuwa na helmet protective. Alikuwa anaenda tu na kichwa yake.
I think he never thought that they could impeach him.
Yeah.
But what happened, to say what our brother Dan has said there, our father Dan has said there, Dagish, I can agree with Father Dan. Gachagua is Dagish. And I think that's what made most of the MPs be angry with him. Because I don't think the MPs were just only money that was passed through. Because if it was money, Gachagua had something he could have done. But I think he did them something. There is no way those MPs are going to be angry at you in that manner, Brother Benson. I'm not talking about the ODM, because ODM they came to weka ile kidole, walikuja kuwekelea ile stamp. But the ones from Mount Kenya, I think he did them bad.
You see,
he did them bad.
What was happening was this. By the time Rigathi Gachagua was becoming the deputy president, when you look at Kinley, he was the highest in rank, especially in Mount Kenya, when it came to the position, because you had the retired president and you had a deputy president who was working by then. So politically speaking, Rigathi Gachagua was the highest, especially in terms of positions but Mount Kenya. So what happened? I think he also studied. He smelled a rat, and maybe he wanted loyalty, but by wanting that loyalty from the people from Mount Kenya, what he did, maybe he was intimidating them, scaring them, instead of finding a way on how to build a bond with them and using the powers that he had. Like, you become authoritarian, so that lazima ukuje, nikienda Madhira ama nikienda kupiga rambe, lazima unipatie pesa, kama si hivyo utatoka kwa chama. That, so that could be the reason that he wanted that authority. And he wanted to start coming into the league of Raila and Ruto and like Uhuru, and he did not have a party. For you to reach a point whereby Raila was, you need to have something. First of all, you need to have a party. And if you have a party, you're the person calling the shots. You built your base. Raila built his base that were very loyal to him, not even to the members of parliament. If the people are very loyal to those members of parliament, hii mambo ya kubeba mkono haingekuwepo, kwa sababu the only person who they were loyal to, they would listen to. That's why Baba would raise your hand and say, I want you to give me this guy so that I can work with him up there. Well, man.
But these things, Brother Benson, ni ngumu sana. So I think they are politics. All this is politics. It's all about interest, because I see Goody asking who sponsors the party. It is the people with the money. I think they are the ones who sponsor the and people have interest in the parties.
So this is how these parties are being sponsored. Goody. Let's say, for example, you want to run for a member of parliament. This is nomination. You've not gotten the certificate of that particular party. Just imagine you might be 20 of you who want one position. And you know, for you to get even that form, sometimes they charge you up to around 250. 250. And remember, you're how many people? 20 people. Going for what? How many slots?
What? Now 250 watts. Just say the 250 shillings or 250,000.
250,000 for you to participate in nomination.
Yeah, you needed to tell Gypsy, tell Goodyear is how much. You know, maybe he said 250 shillings.
So let me tell you, I'm just giving you how it works. I'm not saying that is the exact. It depends with the political party that you are in. Maybe they can charge you 350. And remember, they're charging you 350. You are almost like around 20 people who wants to be members of parliament in that particular area.
So already that one is how much money? That one is around?
If you are 20, let's say
that is around how much? 8. So that is around 1 million.
1 million. Out of 1 million, mtu ngapi ataenda? Mtu ngapi ataenda?
Moja.
Aya. So ukitaenda, remember,
hiyo ni kiti moja. Hiyo ni kiti ya place moja.
And you are 20 of you, which means 19 of you, hiyo pesa yenyu imezama. Hakuna mali utaipata. Then remember again, there's also subscription fee that you have to pay on a monthly basis.
Unafanya Gypsy Goody ashinde kuingia siasa.
Aya, ndio hiyo tena. My brother was charged $1 million for MCA and gave up.
You know, I think Goodyear was thinking politics in Kenya is easy as that. Mwambie party ndio kinaumana.
And let me tell you something again, Goodyear. Have you ever seen some people are crying that sometimes even for you, first of all, you can run, yes, but also you have to show the loyalty. How loyal are you? Loyalty and fidelity to the party. If you're not loyal to the party, unaweza kuwa mzuri aje na umeshinda na certificate inakuacha. Ukiona hivi, hata uende sasa ulie utafanya nini?
Most of these areas that it happens in these areas that are predominantly one party.
Yes. Yeah.
It happens so much. It happens.
Yeah. And what usually happens in those areas, and that's why you find even the majority of, maybe after going through nomination, majority of the people who have lost in nomination, either if they lost it through dubious, not through
through dubious. Yeah, you are right. Through dubious means. Through dubious means.
They lost through dubious means or won it through dubious means. There's also that fear that also comes with it, because you feel like, especially to areas that one party dominates, say like, if I go against this party, next time I will not run. So you find that you have this fear in you. You just keep quiet and say, next time after 5 years, najaribu tena ujaribu uanguke. There are people who have tried that almost 10 times, and at long last they've gotten it, and you see how happy they are.
For example, even in Luo Nyanza, you have seen how many people. I know that one. That senator, he's called who? There's that senator who comes from Luo Nyanza. His name is I'm forgetting his name. He's a lawyer. He was in alikuwa kwa this one nini. He was in this also case elections at 2022. He was also in some cases I saw. That lawyer is very, I don't know, he's an advocate of the High Court. You know him? There's a senator who is a lawyer. And he likes to come in Citizen too much. Anapenda kuja kufanya debating in Citizen. too much.
You talk of Eddie?
Not Eddie, not Eddie. Eddie, I know Eddie. Eddie, I can say Eddie. This guy, I don't know his name very well. But that guy...
Tom Ojienda, Honorable Tom
Ojienda. Yeah, Tom Ojienda. You see that one, he did not go with ODM.
No, Tom Ojienda went with ODM.
Aliana na ODM. Who went without ODM? There is a guy who went with... Now, there is another guy also, who the one who went with UDA. The one who siya kwenda na UDA, alienda akaanza kusupport UDA. After they entered like this, akasema, but he came as an independent. Anaitwa nani? Hata watu walikuwa na gumu huko kwake wanasema, I don't know, he must go. It's called...
who has gone with the independent back there? I think it's only one person in Luo. That is Shakil Shaber.
No, there is another one who went with independent.
The one who did. There's one that went MDG. I think the MDG is
No, not independent. MDG. Yeah, I have remembered MDG. What was the name?
Is it true?
And he was so much hard on Raila at that time.
David Ochieng.
Yeah, David Ochieng. David Ochieng. How many times did David Ochieng try? Because he tried a lot of times with ODM.
I think I think once, and then he came with this party, because I think like he has gone twice with this party. He's managed to win that seat twice with this. But
do you think twice is a joke, Brother Benson? You know, I remember KJ. You know KJ?
Yeah.
Before he got that seat, you know, he campaigned with who? Yeah, and do you know he was against who?
Betty. It's called who?
Against Betty Mogu. Yeah. Then he went against this guy who was called Dennis Owero.
I think during Beth Mogu, that is when he cried. I will check on this.
And in Dennis Owero, he failed.
Yeah.
Because he was coming with ODM. So when he came with the other time he came with Jubilee, was it Jubilee? He passed. So that guy suffered the consequences of that region at that time.
Yeah. So there's so much that we can.
Father Dan is saying to you there, Ochieng is the only safe bet for re-election, but I don't see his re-election.
No, he can. No, right now he has said
people won't make him.
No, he has said he's not going for an election. He will be vying for governor. He wants to try governorship.
For where?
For Siaya.
That one will be a tall order, brother. How many people are vying for Siaya governor? Because I see Orengo has, and you know that guy Owino is still going for the governorship again. This police commander, Owino.
You know, I don't. You know, I don't think Owino can get it right now. I might be wrong. Because, you know, in politics, there's times when opportunity provides itself for you. Then you run away from that opportunity. It will not be very easy because, like, you don't know in 2027 the kind of candidates who are coming. There must be these young people who are loved by the people. You know, if you look at the combination of Charles Owino and Engineer Reggae, that combination was beating Orengo very early in the morning. Do you know that is the only combination that made Orengo to campaign? Orengo, when you look at Orengo in his political life, especially becoming a member of parliament, ever since aligning himself with ODM, or Orengo, I don't think has even thought of even having merchandise like a shirt.
There's people who did not need to campaign, brother. Orengo did not need to campaign. There's people who don't need to campaign.
Because Orengo was in the nationals. He has always been with the Baba. I'm going to assist Baba. Gibson Connor, thank you so much. I'm going to assist Baba Ukoju. So when the combination of Engineer Gumbo, Engineer Gumbo and Charles Owino, that was a sure bet, especially for Siaya County. But what happened? Remember, Owino had resigned and he was relieved on his duty as a police spokesperson by then.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, and he was recalled. And he was recalled at the last minute. And after him being recalled, that is when the Orengo decided to bring in Oduol. You know, it took Orengo so long, especially ODM, to come up with the running mate, especially for Siaya. Yeah. So, and when he was called, that's when Oduol also was called. So,
but do you see an instance of where it's called Orengo will have a hard time in campaign in 2027?
he will.
Which candidates are coming forth in?
Even
the
though
candidates have to be.
I'm not very familiar with those who are coming in Siaya, but there's one thing that, especially for Orengo, is going to be very, very difficult for him. One is about the small tribes, especially what tribe where does it come from?
So you still have some sub tribes in Siaya.
Let me tell you, like when you come to this, especially you are running for these governors, what usually plays, but like for Oma Bay, there are people who are a tribe that if you get, especially if you get the Karachuan, yeah. The Karachuonyo people, they are the majority, and they're the people who are the pace setters, especially. They would determine where you would go, because like if you get them, then what will happen is you will have now to go to those small tribes, provided you bank this one. It will determine, and that is what is going to happen for Orengo. And you know, Orengo's ability last general election was very hard.
For last election.
Yeah, and that's why they had to bring in Oduol. And Oduol, they brought in Oduol because Oduol seemed to have had, Oduol had like a population that was following him. And if you look at this,
but you know, I also think that one for Orengo was also, it was attributed to him leaving Baba in national politics. People did not see it well, sitting well down with them, because you know, if Orengo left Baba in the national politics, it meant he's going to go to regional politics, which is the county. I think people also were not viewing that one well.
But you know how many Orengo had been a senator for 2 years, for 2 terms, I mean, yeah. So Orengo was, I think, like going for governorship was a retirement benefit. Like he was going to get a retirement benefit, because remember, when you are a governor, it doesn't require so much legislation as what it requires with the senator, because like you have to be in the house majority of the time, you know. So by you being a governor, you work at home and also you prepare for your retirement, you know. So I think Orengo was exiting politics, in active politics, through going to the governorship, because I don't think like he's one person who can finish or can go for 2 terms then come back and run for the senatorial seat, like let's say like Mandago.
So he's signing off.
Orengo is signing off. Yeah, Orengo is signing off. So that is something that is happening. But to me, I still feel if election is carried out today, Orengo, it will still take him time to campaign more, you know, hit the ground. Yeah, so that is what I think about Orengo.
So in other terms, ODM strongholds, they're not easy for campaigning this time round. It will be difficult. That is what it means.
if you look at the governors who went last time, I don't think they were the favorites.
Who the ones who came in in 2022?
Yeah, I don't think
except maybe Nyang'o. Except maybe Anyang' Nyong'o.
Yeah, maybe Nyong'o, we can say that, but when you look at the competition that was between Ochila Yako and John Pesa, then you look at the competition that was between Wanga and Evans Kidero. These were very competitive races, you know.
But Kidero was competitive in Homa Bay?
Yeah. Actually, it was being said that Kidero won. Actually, Kidero, I think he went to court and withdrew, I think, the case, if I'm not wrong. I can check about that. But that is something that
Kidero was under UDA.
No, I think
He had his own party?
No, he ran with MDG.
Oh, MD, but you know MDG was an affiliate of UDA.
No, MDG was affiliate of, you know, MDG.
It was an affiliate of UDA.
It was not a UDA. I'm telling you, MDG was affiliate of Azimio. The very moment that Ruto was declared the winner, that's when they changed. Like, they started to work with Ruto immediately. Check that.
Yeah, it means they were an affiliate. They were the people who flip-flop. Hata wakugojea brother Benson, hata watu wakugojea mpaka mwezi mmoja ishe. Ulisikia wamesharuka.
Unajua hao ni wenye walikuwa wamesoma dalili, wakasema kwamba huku usipokuwa palibaba yuko huwezi chaguliwa. So wacha sisi tuweke, lakini roho yetu
iko UD.
Roho yetu
iko UD. Nilikwambia walikuwa affiliate of UDA, roho zao zilikuwa UDA.
Sura zao zilikuwa huko.
Na brother Benson, the one thing I'll tell you ni Papa wa Roma ataona moto. Papa wa Roma asipojaza kikapu Papa wa Roma. I see Eric Kayaga.
Thank you.
We have been talking here and enjoying the show. So I think Papa wa Roma, I think he's your friend, brother Benson. I need to send you greetings. Lakini mwambie asipojaza kikapu this time round. Hapa hakuna ile ya kutilt the balance. Unajua kuna ile ya kutilt the scale. This time round ni kunoma. It's a
Joseph, thank you so much, and we will join you at around 10 today in the evening.
Okay, brother.
Okay, thank you so much.